All right. Hello. Welcome. 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 Hello. That sounds like it's working. Okay, great. Okay. Welcome. It's day 2 of the CESM tutorial. And I'm just going to quickly go over some logistics to orient everyone to the day. So today, in terms of the lecture content, we're going to dive into the land component of CESM. And in the afternoon, we're going to learn about the sea ice component of CESM. And also, we're going to start our second lab. Simple XML changes is what it's called. So we're going to become familiar with all the XML files in a CESM case. Today is the first Meet an Expert session at lunch. And so I believe you all received, an email with your assignments if you signed up for that. There's also the private tour today at lunch. We're going to, have our same, debrief and, all that with the lab session. Yep. And so, you should all have your assignments for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They're all going to be in different rooms. And so either refer to the maps that I included in the intro slides, or you can just ask us where the room is. That's fine. That's fine too. And so, as you all know, yesterday we focused on basics of CESM in the lab exercise. Today we're going to do simple XML modifications. Of course, tomorrow we'll finish the last sort of lab exercise that we all do together, which is nameless troubleshooting and source modifications. And then day 4 and 5, it becomes much more choose your own adventure. So day 4 is going to be diagnostics, and then day 5 is going to be challenge exercises. But of course, this is a self-paced lab. So if you're still working on the basics, lab exercise, that's completely fine. You can ask questions about that lab still today. So just remember that. It's okay, whatever point you're at. Does anyone have any questions about logistics today? Okay. Well, we can get started a little bit early with our next lecture, our first lecture of the day then. So for our first lecture of the day, Will Weeder is going to talk about representing land in the Earth system with a focus on biogeophysics. He is a scientist and the section head of the terrestrial sciences section.
That's okay. Is it working now? Okay. So I want you to think for a minute about what's your favorite, which component model of CESM you most closely identify with. And you have to pick one. There's a bunch of components. Pick one. And how many of you identify most with CAM, the atmosphere model? Cool. CAM, it's slightly different. Nice. Ocean. Land. Sea ice. Land ice. Oh, no glacier people. Okay. Am I missing any? Rivers. Oh yeah, rough. The river model. Yes, we have a river person. Cool. I'm not going to talk about rivers at all. But we should, and the rivers are really important. So right now the land and the ocean don't talk to each other much, so which is kind of too bad, and we talk to each other through the river, but right now we only pass water and ice. Actually, we really only pass water through the river. So that's a problem. It's something you can peg, like, oh yeah, like land-sea coupling is something that matters, and we don't do a very good job of it. Okay, I will talk about biogeophysics. So I'm Will Weeder. I'm the co-chair of the Land Model Working Group, and also the section head of the Terrestrial Sciences section. I'm going to try as best I can not to throw a ton of acronyms in this talk, but if I do start slipping into NCAR speak, which is the National Center for Atmospheric Research, just like call me out on it, because I've been here long enough now that I forget that we have a special lingo here that's really opaque if you're not familiar with it. Okay, yeah, so let's get started. I'll also say I'm trained as a soil biogeochemist, so giving a talk on biogeophysics is not my wheelhouse. But I'm also really excited about the work that we do on the land model in biogeophysics. And a lot of the biogeochemistry that Adriana will talk about later on today are really enabled by the robust biogeophysical work that we do in CLM, which is the community land model. Okay, so representing land in Earth system models, I kind of want to talk about three main points. Why do we do it? Like, why? I'm an atmospheric scientist. Why do I care about land? I'm not. How? So how do we do it? Kind of the guts of what goes into the land model. And I only have 30 minutes, and I want to leave time for questions. And so the how is going to be necessarily brief. And if you have more detailed questions, you can grab me after the talk. We can talk. I'm around this week. And then I really want to talk about future directions, because you all are the ones who are going to be doing this. And so the future directions, I can kind of put a target out there of like, here's where we'd like to be going, but it actually is going to take people like you to do it. And so I think one of the kind of amazing things about CESM, or especially CLM, is we really rely on university partners to get the work done. We can't accomplish all we do in the land model without strong ties with the university partners. And so, and that's everyone from graduate students to faculty who sends us more graduate students. That's really critical for what we do. So I want to talk some about future directions. Okay, and before I start, many thanks. So previously, Dave Lawrence and Gordon Bonin were the Land Model Working Group co-chairs. We have a small but mighty team of software engineers who really are critical for getting a lot of the work that we do robust and tested and well documented. And then the liaisons are Keith Olson and Sam Levis. They won't be around. Keith might be around today, but if you do have questions, they're the ones on the forum who will start engaging with you on forums, and then if they need to, bring in other expertise to answer your questions. Okay, so first reason, why do land modeling at all? And I kind of want to pose this with a few questions. And so one question might be, how much do soil moisture anomalies influence the atmosphere, the evolution of weather, and generation of precipitation? Which is another way to say, if you have a rainy spring or a dry spring, how much does that influence subsequent rainfall in the summer? So kind of a classic land-atmosphere coupling question. How much do antecedent conditions or initial conditions on land matter in terms of what the atmosphere sees and then what the atmosphere does after that? And so there's this kind of classic paper by Randy Koster in 2004 that shows areas of land-atmosphere coupling strength. And so regions like kind of the Midwestern US, places like Texas, Oklahoma, southern Colorado, are thought to be places where the initial land conditions are really important for land-atmosphere coupling. And so, a wet soil in the spring might get you more or less precipitation in the following summer. And so kind of testing this idea is something that you can use a model like CESM for, but it really takes a robust representation of the biogeophysical state on land if you care about land-atmosphere coupling. Okay, why else might you want to do it? Water. Like, we all live on land, and we rely on water that is on land for everything, for agriculture, for drinking, for everything that we do. So then how are water and therefore food resources under threat from climate change is kind of a fundamental question you can ask. This is more of a land-focused question or hydrology-focused question. You can also use CLM to quantify things like land feedbacks on droughts and floods and ask questions about what are factors influencing stream flow prediction and variability. So in a place like the Western US, this is outside Crested Butte, looking up the East River, you might say, like, okay, how much does snow and the kind of accumulation of snowpack in the winter affect stream flow in the following spring and therefore water availability? So this is just an example from a paper that I led a couple of years ago that uses the CESM2 large ensemble. And what's shown in blue is this really tight correlation for this grid cell, which is, again, close to Crested Butte, between max snowfall and runoff. So, historically, both in the model and in reality, the amount of snow that you have in the spring determines how much runoff you get throughout the winter, throughout the summer, which is kind of a no-brainer. Like, the mountains are our water towers. They're really critical for water resources, but what these results kind of troublingly show is there's this decoupling in the predictability between snow and runoff, so that by the end of this century, under SSP 3.7, the orange line, there's every one of those is one of the, I think I used 50 ensemble members for this, so there can be still strong predictability or no predictability between snow and runoff. So these are kind of like the types of questions that you can ask with, again, a model like CLM. Okay, last one is land use and land cover change. I don't know if I have it in here, but if any of you who flew in and you kind of look over, especially if you came in from the east and you see all the weird circles on the ground, we're really good at modifying the landscape. And so those circles are from center point pivot agriculture. And you can ask questions with CLM about how land properties affect water, energy balance, and biogeochemical feedbacks in the Earth system. Or to put that more simply, how does land cover change influence regional and global climate? So this is an example of a paper that I think a postdoc out of Europe led, looking at two different reforestation scenarios, one that have kind of roughly similar reforestation scenarios, but very different climate feedbacks. And so you can see on the left that if you reforest mostly at high latitudes, you'll get a lot of warming, whereas if on the right-hand side, using the HERT scheme, if you reforest mostly in the tropics, you can actually get high latitude cooling. So how we treat the land really matters, and where we choose to forest or afforest or deforest really matters in terms of things like global temperature. Okay, so there's a lot of examples too that you can see in the popular literature. So popular literature and scientific literature. So you can use a model like CESM to ask how does the Earth system respond to changes on land? And so we see all these processes in real life. So those things like Arctic greening, permafrost thaw, agriculture. Here's the picture of the center pivot agriculture. Deforestation and fires. These are all obviously processes that we're seeing in real life, and so we can try to represent these processes in the model with different levels of fidelity to look at fully coupled Earth system changes. And it's some of this work that we're doing, especially on the fire side, that I think is really exciting, with fully coupled interactive fire between you have a fire on land and then you send all those species to the atmosphere, including the aerosols, and look at what the chemistry and climate does in response to those things. Okay. So CSM and CLM are really a community modeling tool. And it's not in this slide, but you also might see CTSM, the Community Terrestrial Systems Model, and CLM, the Community Land Model, used interchangeably. They're really the same thing. I try to use CLM as much as I can, but when you go to GitHub, the GitHub page is escomp/CTSM. So don't worry about the details. I can tell you the history over lunch or over a beer or something. But effectively, they're the same model. Okay, so CLM and the land model working group couple to the community Earth system model, obviously, and that's where you can think about all these, land-atmosphere interactions, climate variability, air quality, and atmospheric chemistry, all these other kind of questions related to CESM. But the working group also survives all of these kind of, I would say, more land-focused research communities. So things, topics like hydrology, ecology, biogeochemistry, agriculture, and forestry are all really central communities that we try to interact with. So we sort of have the land model working group in particular has this interesting interaction between the atmospheric science community connected to CESM and then all of these other kind of more land topical domains, which is exciting. It makes it a fun sandbox to play in. Okay, I asked AI to draw me a picture of what a land model does, and this is what it came up with. It's actually not bad. It's a very green landscape, which is, I guess, nice. But the motivation for land modeling CESM is that land is really the critical interface through which humanity affects and is affected by, adapts to, and mitigates global environmental change. So at least from my perspective, it all happens on land and everything else is a sideshow. So I appreciate that we do a really good job with things like the MJO, that's the Madden-Julian oscillation, but you can't eat that. So we have a crop model, we grow food, we have an urban model, and that's where people live, and that's where the impacts really are felt. And so I think the land is really critical for the work that we do. And so if we want to represent, both the the drivers and the effects of climate change on a place like land, we really need a comprehensive representation of the biogeophysics, the hydrology, the plant physiology, the biogeochemistry, land use, agricultural management, ecosystem dynamics, and even urban environments. And so it's a complicated system. It's not just fluid dynamics that we're working with here. So land's complicated, it's messy, but it's also quite fun. Okay, so how do we do it? The fundamentals are really thinking about these three kind of parts of the system. So we think about exchanges of momentum, energy, water vapor, CO2, dust, and other trace gases between the land and atmosphere. And then there is routing to the ocean, but like I said, that's really only water that we pass to the ocean right now. And we know that more stuff comes out the bottom of our rivers. States, so we also think about the state of the land surface, so how much soil moisture is there, what's the temperature of the soil, of the canopy. Snow is a really interesting kind of binary that we have to represent. It's either there or it's not, and if you have snow, then your albedo's high, and if you don't have snow, then your albedo's low, and that really changes what the atmosphere sees. We also think about carbon and nitrogen stocks, which again isn't a biophysics. Carbon and nitrogen are related to biophysics. That's related to biogeochemistry, which on the land model means that plants and ecology and biology are really critical. And then we also think about the stocks of carbon and nitrogen in vegetation and soil. So it's not just the above ground piece, but the below ground piece, which is where my heart really is, but little of my research anymore. Okay, and then finally, the characteristics of the land surface. So given the states, what are the characteristics, especially the atmosphere sees? And so so that's dependent on the soil texture, especially for things like soil moisture, the surface roughness, albedo, emissivity, vegetation type, and leaf area index. And I'll kind of go into these briefly. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do in a nutshell, is capture all of these states and fluxes on a very dynamic landscape. And this is kind of the canonical CLM picture of what we're trying to do. And so the biogeophysics on the left-hand side, these two panels that have too much to try to process, but that are actually really interesting when you start to think about them and look at them, are surface energy, fluxes, and hydrology. And I'm not going to talk about biogeochemistry at all. That'll be Adriana's job after the break. Okay, so I'll go into these a little bit more and talk super briefly about the surface energy balance on one slide. And basically there's, two fluxes coming in, two fluxes going out. So incoming shortwave and long wave, outgoing shortwave and long wave are balanced then by the latent heat, evaporation, sensible heat flux, and ground heat flux. So these are kind of the fundamental energy balance equations that we need to solve at every time step. But all of those are state-dependent fluxes, and so it matters whether you have snow on the ground, whether there's surface water there, how wet the soils are. All of those affect the energy balance. This is like a semester's or more worth of an undergraduate class. One slide. There you go. Same thing for water balance. So again, hydrology. You can major in hydrology. You can get a PhD in hydrology. Here's hydrology in a nutshell for CLM. Where, again, you're basically balancing P, precipitation, and then the evaporation flux, which can come from soil, transpiration, or canopy evaporation, and then R is runoff. So basically you're trying to match, precipitation has to have equal evapotranspiration and runoff plus the storage terms, and the storage terms here are soil, water, surface water, and canopy water, again, over every time step. The soils in CLM have 20 vertical soil layers down to 8.5 meters thick, but that's variable over space. And so, for example, in mountainous regions, we have shallower soils with fewer layers in them. The surface layers are really thin. The lower layers are really thick. The snow model, I think, has 5 layers, but again, that changes over time, so that if you've got a really thin snowpack, you might only need 1 soil layer, but if you have a nice thick snowpack, you'll need all 5. And then you have to think also about the kind of thermal properties of both the soil and the snow to get things like permafrost carbon dynamics. If you care about permafrost in the Arctic, the thermal properties of both snow and the soil are really important. And so, again, the energy and water balance aspects of the biogeophysics are quite complicated, but they're really critical if we want to know, for example, how much methane might come out of the Arctic under global warming and permafrost thaw. So these like biogeophysical representation is really kind of first order critical to what we do. Okay, quiz time. Here's kind of a simple diagram looking at soil wetness, evaporation in green, and runoff. So you can kind of see that as soils get wetter, ET or evapotranspiration sort of asymptotes and plateaus, whereas runoff increases exponentially. And so this quote that's probably older than most of you has something critically missing in it, and I want you to think about what it is, but I'll read that first. So the ability of the land surface scheme to model evaporation correctly depends critically on its ability to model runoff. These two fluxes are intricately related through soil moisture. Sounds pretty good. Randy Koster is a smart guy, but what's he forgetting? Precip, yep, that's important.
Transpiration?
Transpiration. What does transpiration?
The water that takes out from plants.
Yes, plants. There's no plants in any of this. And so plants are really critical for the biogeophysics of the land model, which makes it totally different than any other component. So on the ocean, you have to think about, large eddies, small eddies, turbulent mixing, all the things that I don't know anything about. And that's really hard, but you don't have to, it's all physics. Like, all you have to do is physics and resolution, and you got the ocean right. Same thing in the atmosphere. Physics and resolution, and pretty much you have the atmosphere right. But on land, plants are critical for the transpiration of water between the land surface and the atmosphere. So in the early days, early Earth system, or early, coupled climate modeling, they literally black boxed the land. The land was a black box because they needed the land to warm up faster than the oceans so that you can get coarse scale atmospheric circulation right. But it turns out the land isn't dark because it's inherently dark. It's dark because there's plants growing on it. And those plants are really critical for what we're trying to write. So we live on a blue marble, but it's actually a green earth where our feet are. And I keep beating on this bush because I feel like I have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder being a land modeler and a soil biogeochemist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. Because it's atmosphere, but it's no, it's down here that we have to be thinking. So green earth, plants matter, and this is again, in a nutshell, what plants do. And so plants actually have these little tiny mouths, and I do this with my hands, because on the bottom of their leaves, there are stomates, which are basically what plants breathe through. And so you can see what that looks like under a scanning electron microscope here. And those mouths, whether they're open or closed, matters. If they're open, plants can transpire water up to the atmosphere, and if they're closed, then that rate of transpiration is going to be much lower. So some plants basically are breathing all the time, and other plants are like, oh, I don't have much water, I need to be careful. And what kind of stomates are on the bottom of leaves and how plants are plumbed to move water through their stomates is really important. So in terms of biogeophysics, why do we care about this at all? It's mostly for the water. So plants actually open their mouths not because they want to let water transpire through them, but they need that water in the leaves, so they need to bring water from the soils up to the leaves, and the best way to do that is through evapotranspiration, through their stomates. But they also need to open their stomates to get CO2 in. So plants respire and they photosynthesize, but the photosynthesis piece means they need to bring CO2 into the leaf, and they kind of trade off water for CO2. And that's what lets photosynthesis happen in plants. So even in the biogeophysics version of CLM, we have to worry about photosynthesis, mostly for this water flux, this water and therefore energy flux that is controlled at a cellular level by these tiny guard cells on the bottom of plants that open and close the stomates and let plants breathe. So cool. Okay, so now I'm kind of switching a little bit more into kind of the nitty gritty. If you go in and look at the code base, there's two big there's two big kind of directories under CTSM in your CESM checkout. And so those two are biogeophysics, which lets you run in SP mode, and SP stands for satellite phenology. And so that's just saying that, okay, plant phenology is really hard. We're just going to prescribe that and not allow us ecologists to do something wrong in the land model because I'm an atmospheric scientist and I don't want the land model to be screwing up my simulations. So SP mode is how many of you are probably running simulations. And so when we do that, the land basically is representing photosynthesis and stomatal resistance through this kind of, I'm going the wrong way. Through the stomates. So this process is on, but only for GPP, or gross primary production, and everything downstream of GPP in the carbon cycle is turned off. Okay, we also, though, in SP mode, we do represent hydrology, snow, soil thermodynamics, surface albedo, and radiative fluxes. And then in biogeochemistry, again, what Adriana is going to talk about, that's where we actually represent the change in carbon and nitrogen pools. We have to think about plant allocation and respiration, vegetation phenology, which is a big one, like when trees leaf out and when they senesce their leaves, or grasses, when grasses green up. It's quite complicated and it's hard to represent well, especially in a global model. And then in biogeochemistry mode, things like plant mortality, decomposition, the nitrogen cycle, and methane production and emissions are all turned on. And then we do all this other stuff too. So the urban model is there. We represent things like urban heat island effects, where urban areas warm up faster and stay warmer longer than rural areas. And you can look at things like human heat stress. We have crops, prognostic crops, and irrigation. There's a very simple lake model that basically just evaporates, but that would be interesting to add more kind of dynamics to. There's fire and fire emissions, dust emissions that get passed to the atmosphere and are really critical for chemistry. There's BVOCs, so biogenic volatile organic compounds are released again to the atmosphere. We do have a representation of glacier in the ice sheets. Those don't evolve over time. You have to turn on CESM, or the community ice sheet model, to get those to evolve over time. And then we pass water to the river flow, and then represent vegetation demography and demography, which is again something Adriana will talk about a little bit later today. Okay, so how do plants and climate interact? Here's kind of a representative forest, and it has, incoming and outgoing shortwave radiation, long-wave radiation, sensible and latent heat fluxes. So these are all the kind of energy exchanges that the land has to represent. And you can think about, okay, if we change that forest, if we plant trees that are lighter colored, how does that change albedo? How does the atmospheric concentration of CO2, water vapor, and temperature affect incoming and outgoing long-wave radiation? You can think about the height of the forest or the vegetation that's there, changing your roughness, and therefore your sensible heat fluxes. And then also the characteristics of the vegetation, basically, the number of leaves that the vegetation has, or the stomatal conductance of those leaves, will affect things like evaporation, transpiration, and latent heat fluxes. So lots of changes on the land surface can interact with the atmosphere to influence climate. And so if you have a change in vegetation, you necessarily have a change in the surface energy budget, which is really important. So if you're doing a run with CAM and you're not really sure what the land surface is doing, I'd encourage you to at least look at it to make sure things are looking somewhat realistic. And you can ask other folks later on this week what's happened if they don't look at the land surface, because it really messes up their simulations. So it really does matter. And not all forests have the same climate impact. So tropical forests, if you increase, if we plant trees in the tropics, they tend to cool the climate, and that's mostly even though they're dark, and they do. If you plant trees in the tropics, it does decrease albedo. They also have a strong cooling effect through the CO2 that they take in, as well as the aerosols that they release. Whereas in high latitudes, increasing tree abundance tends to cause warming, mostly because they're a darker surface on a light background. And so those biogeophysical effects are really important. I will say that even though this seems relatively settled, there's like hundreds of years of literature that goes into creating this paradigm, and the science is actually still somewhat unsettled. So it seems like a relatively simple story, but where you plant trees probably matters for climate, and we still don't really know the details of how that works. Okay, part of that is because not is because there is this kind of local response, which I was just talking about, like, changes in albedo at high latitudes are relatively straightforward to think about. But then there are these remote connections from mesoscale to large atmospheric teleconnections that influence, again, where the forest is and how that influences both regional and global climate. So another complicating thing that we do in the land model is we try to think about land heterogeneity in kind of increasingly interesting ways. And so in a given grid cell, you'll have kind of an urban patch, you'll have a crop patch, there will be a lake patch, even a glacier patch, and then the natural vegetation that's in there. And all of that can change over time. So in CESM3, we'll have a dynamic urban model where urban extent increases regionally over time, which is cool to do. Crops do the same thing, so we do have land use change and then explicit crop representation. And I think in some ways it's easier to think about it instead of in cartoon land through this kind of like how it's structured in the code. And so within a grid cell, this is a grid cell that CAM would see. We have these different land units. So there's the vegetated land unit, the lake land unit, the urban, glacier, and crop. And then within a land unit, there's a column. So there's a bunch of loops if you go through the code that go kind of sequentially, and we aggregate these fluxes from the patch level where you might have different PFTs or patches of vegetation. So forest and grassland can occupy different spaces within the same column. And this gets a little bit funny, like, the grassland that you can see to the east and the forest that you can see to the west in CESM land are on the same soil column, even though that column in real life are quite different. But just for computational efficiency, if we had the forest and the grassland growing on different columns, people have done this before, it just gets expensive to run. So for the most part, we run all of our native PFTs on the same column, but we don't do that for crops because we fertilize crops and we can irrigate crops. And so they get their own column so that we can have irrigated corn or rain-fed corn, and we can have irrigated wheat and rain-fed wheat. But yeah, again, those are on different columns and they're also on different land units. So this tiling approach then gets even more complicated when you think about the transitions between them. So again, within a grid cell, you can have these different vegetated PFTs, you can have lakes, glaciers, urban, but then they change over time, they change in area over time. And so you might, have a scenario where you want to see like, okay, what happens if we replace all the forest with grasslands, or what happens if we take all the grasslands in the world and turn them into corn or something, whatever you want to do. You can do all of these kind of experiments by changing the surface properties in the land use time series in CLM. But out of the box, we provide this so that you can run either a time slice experiment where these things don't change over time, or you can run different scenarios where they do change over time. Yeah.
I was just wondering what the acronyms on urban meant.
Oh,
EMD?
Tall something, I don't know.
Tall building?
I think it's like tall building districts.
Oh, okay.
Like there's like, it basically, yeah, there's different urban properties that have to deal with like the density, the height, the density, and the building materials that are there. Yeah, I have a little slide on, we can talk about urban more in a minute. So, and then the other complicating thing is that we also have to conserve everything. So we have to conserve water, we have to conserve carbon, we have to conserve energy. And so we can't create mass, we can't destroy it, we have to keep it around somehow. So we actually spend a lot of time in the working group creating these data sets and then coming up with creative ways to figure out like how we do deforestation and where the wood goes when you harvest the trees, that kind of stuff. So thinking about disturbance, land use, and succession is something that's important for representing these large scale dynamics. Okay, I'm gonna kind of motor along so that I can get to the future priorities. What time do I need to finish at? Okay, I'm gonna go really fast then. Okay, so here's some of our priorities. In ecosystems, we have this model called FATES that Adriana will talk about. I'm not gonna get into that here. Well, okay, I'm gonna back up. So in land model, for the land model, there's kind of, I would say, three main questions. It's like, how do we grow enough food? Will we have enough water? And where do we put the carbon? Like those are the three main questions that drive the research that we're doing. And so in terms of like where do we put the carbon, that's an ecosystem question. Like, are there natural climate solutions for storing enough carbon on land to get us out of the situation that we're in? And Fates is a model that will let us start thinking about that in more realistic ways. So how do we grow the food? We actually have a prognostic crop model, and for CMIP 6, we're the only Earth system model that had prognostic agriculture, that had human management of agriculture in an Earth system model. So kudos to CESM, but it's also, I think, we're still are going to be one of the only models that has explicit representation of agriculture and crops. And then in terms of water, we have a new feature that's called the hill slope hydrology model that actually cuts the land surface into more interesting topographic slices that kind of represent the effects of aspect and elevation and lateral transport of water within a grid cell in more realistic ways. And so Fates and hill slope hydrology will be included in the CESM3 release, but they aren't on by default. But if you're a passionate land modeler, I'd encourage you to use those tools moving forward. And then the crop model and the urban model are going to be on by default in CESM3. And so the simulations that we do for CMIP 7 will have the crop model and urban model included. Okay, so here's just an abbreviated list of the biogeophysical features in CESM3. We have this emissions-driven focus. I don't know if anyone talked about that yesterday, if that even means anything to this crowd. No, oh my gosh, it's so interesting. You'll have to grab me at lunch. So emissions-driven just means that we're not telling the atmosphere what CO2 concentrations are. We're saying that, okay, in 1850, we had this much CO2 go into the atmosphere, but then the fate of that CO2 is up to the component models to figure out. So the land, atmosphere, and ocean all get to figure out where it goes. We have updated surface data sets. So it's the first time we've updated surface data sets since I've been here, and I've been here for a disturbingly long time. There's a new dust scheme, new roughness length scheme. There's new updated snow and optical properties. There's this representation of excess ice, which is important for permafrost. There's new crop calendars, which will allow us to grow crops in places where, like rice in India, where we know rice grows. And then and a whole lot more. So there's a bunch of new features that are coming out in CLM 6. There's these new calibration capabilities that Linnea Hawkins and others have been developing that really let us think about parameter uncertainty in the land model in these really interesting ways. So they let us both calibrate the model and think about the uncertainty. The transient urban is a new exciting capability. These transient hill slope capabilities are exciting, and then also transient fates with land use and land cover change. And then I put interactive fires on the bottom. I'm not sure. This is a capability that we want to have. I don't know if we'll have it on by default in CSM3, but it's something that we want to be able to have. Okay. And with that, I'll leave it open for questions and discussion. Are you guys miking? Oh, you're doing those mics. Cool. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm admittedly not a land person at all, but I was wondering, like, especially under the high emissions, like future scenarios, does the type of tree within an area change over time?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, so I actually don't know what the land use change scenarios are for CMIP 7, but in CMIP 6, the SSP, so in CMIP 6, there was these SSP, RCP mashups, and so it's like SSP 3, RCP 7, so SSP 370 is the name for it. And in that trajectory, there's kind of a narrative that went along with the land use change strategy that was consistent with the broader SSP scenarios that were developed. So yeah, SSP 2 has a really different land use scenario than SSP 7 did, or SSP 3, I'm sorry. And we did a bunch of experiments kind of, again, mashing those up, like different land use change scenarios and different RCP scenarios to see how things change. Yeah?
So when it comes to the process of tuning land models and trying to determine parameter uncertainty ranges, when it comes to parameters which are difficult to observe or sometimes impossible to observe, how are those uncertainty ranges typically determined, or does it kind of vary between type of parameters?
It varies a lot. So there are, is it 200 or 400 parameters on, I'm looking at Adriana. 200? At least 200, maybe 400 parameters on the CLM parameter file. So many of those are very unbounded. And some of those vary by PFT. So we know that a pine tree is different than a oak tree. But within oak trees, not within oak trees, but within temperate deciduous trees, so oaks or ashes, those are also really different from each other. So what you might go out and be able to measure, the uncertainty bounds around the observations are huge. If it's a parameter you can measure, and then for a bunch of them, there are things you can't measure. And so for this parameter calibration work, a lot of it we used data when we could. There's not a lot of data for some of the things we wanted, so then we just use expert guidance, like, well, it should be in this range. And then like plus or minus 20% or something. So yeah, land parameters are highly uncertain and really important, but we're just starting to really understand that. Yeah. There's a question over here. Yeah.
Hi, like, do you have wetland component in CESM 3, or like how you like treat the wetland? It's like a part of land, or it's part of how?
Yeah, so it is part of land, and I don't know if I have a good figure for this here. I don't think so. Okay. So the short answer is in CSM3, the default wetland approximation is basically kind of a data wetland distribution that we're sort of effectively reading in. And the wetland distribution is important both for the biophysical fluxes of water evaporation, but it's really important for methane. And so the methane emissions are totally dependent on the inundated fraction of the grid cell. But it's almost totally disconnected from the hydrology. So in what will be released in CESM3, there's not a very good connection between the hydrologic state of the model and the wetland distribution, which is a huge reason to use the hill slope model. And so Sean Swenson has been developing the hill slope model, and now I'm doing runs for this wetland, specifically for this question. And so with the hill slope model, based on topography, you're able to simulate inundated areas that are consistent with the hydrology of the model. So it connects the hydrology and the wetland fraction in ways that are meaningful, but you also get a really different distribution of where the inundated areas are. We get a lot more in the tropics using the hill slope model than we did using this kind of data-based approach. So they'll both be available in the release, but the CESM3 will only have on this kind of simplified, decoupled wetland representation. Yeah.
Are like forest fires and wildfires modeled, and are they sort of just emergent in the model, or do we have to tell the model to?
So there's lightning strikes, which can cause fires, and that's just a climatological data set that doesn't change over time. So we get lightning from NASA, and it's used from 1850 through 2300. Prognostic lightning can be really cool. There also then are agricultural fires, like human-started fires associated with agriculture that get started, and then there's also fire suppression, which is a product of basically GDP and population density. So fires are kind of emergent, but they're also really, really highly tuned. So Feng Li is the person who's developed the fire model, and it's highly tuned, and it really changes. Like if you run with the wetland model, with the hill slope model, or with what I think called the flat model, you get really different fire behavior. So it's worth paying attention to. Yeah.
I'm curious about the emissions-driven CO2, and it's like, how is that compatible with the RCP scenarios? Like, do you have to turn that off to do the RCP scenarios?
So for CMIP 7, we'll have emissions driven for everything in the deck. So
Okay.
the plan for CMIP 7 is to have everything emissions driven, which means for different scenarios, you would just have different emission pathways. So you'd have different CO2 coming into the atmosphere. But then the interesting part about it is that we're not prescribing the radiative forcing.
Yeah.
Instead, the models have to figure out how much CO2 is in the atmosphere, and then what that atmospheric burden does to climate.
So would it be different than other models that are prescribing the radiative forcing?
I think to play in the deck, the plan for CMIP 7 is that you have to run emissions driven.
Oh,
So that's
cool.
a huge change
Oh,
for CMIP
okay.
7. So everyone's going to be doing this,
Cool.
which means so if you prescribe CO2 in the atmosphere and you say that by 2100 we're going to be at 600 ppm,
Yeah.
it kind of bakes in a warming trajectory which is consistent across all models, and that's not true, won't be true anymore, because we might be at 500 and GFDL might be at 700.
Sure.
So yeah, that uncertainty will be, it's exciting. And I should say, we've done this for a long time now, so NCAR was one of the first, or maybe the first center that did this. So we've had emissions-driven capabilities since before CESM, so CCSM 1 had this. So it's not new science, but it's central now for CMEC, which is exciting. Yeah.
I wonder how does like CLM simulate like the change in urban areas, like for example for climate change projections, right? Independently of the emission scenarios, like how if there is like something including like the change in the size.
Yeah, I don't know, for future scenarios, I'm not as familiar with.
Transient.
What's that? I know, but I don't know where those data sets come from. It's, because it doesn't come through LUH2 or LUH3. LUH is the land use harmonization data set that everyone uses for the land use trajectories. I don't think there's urban data in that, so I don't know where the data comes from. And it might just be idealized based on population growth. You know, like you look at where population has grown up until now, and then you add another billion people, you distribute them. I don't know, I have no idea.
Yeah, because I was wondering when you mentioned, for example, the type of, how is a urban grid cell, if it's like height of the buildings, materials. I mean, I know there are a lot of uncertainties of how that may change in the future. Like maybe flat cities today, they're gonna have like a lot of skyscrapers in the future. I don't know, I was just curious about that. But.
Yeah, so Keith doesn't have this much hair anymore, so you can ask Keith. He's here today.
Yeah, he said his own.
So Keith is around, you might see him at lunch. I would ask Keith, like, the other, I think, fascinating part about the land models, we all have like our niche that we know something about, and if I want to know anything about things, I have to talk to Audra, and she's the only one. And same thing, if you want to know something about the urban model, you have to.
What is his name, sorry?
Keith Olson.
Oh, thank you.
You have a question?
I did.
Yeah.
So I'll go with the bigger question I had first. How closely do you need to work with social scientists to kind of understand that, next week someone could decide to just raise all the trees off the side of this mountain?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. How closely do we need to, or how closely do we?
Both.
Okay, we don't much. 10 years ago, I think there used to be a closer collaboration with kind of this, there used to be a societal dimensions working group, and we worked closely with economists and people that had different non-physical science skill sets to ask those kind of questions. Now I think it's kind of ad hoc. And so like I have a project that's funded by the DICES program, or what used to be the DICES program at NSF, which is working with a woman who interviews farmers about their land management practices. So it's very much, we should be talking with social scientists more, but we don't. That's the short of it. It'd be nice to do more of that work. But it's all grant funded, so it's very opportunistic. And
Right.
Whenever the grant is funded. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to make a really quick comment as one of the social scientists in the room.
Yeah.
I did not make Sarah ask that question on my behalf.
Well, that's great.
That's all I have to say.
Okay. And I hope my answer was acceptable.
That's good.
Yeah.
Do you have to treat any of these processes differently if you're looking at a 1 degree global resolution versus going to a kilometer scale high res?
We don't. Should we? Maybe. Like when we go to kilometer scale high res, nobody knows how to initialize the land model. So that's, I think, one of the bigger challenges. It's like everyone wants to go to kilometer scale, which is cool. But if you think the soil moisture state matters for the predictions that you're going to get on a sub-seasonal timescale, you probably should initialize the land model right. Nobody's really thinking about it.
But there's not like a gray zone of physics where like in the atmosphere.
No, it's really, that's where it's really different. Like we're kind of scale agnostic. So I can do an ecosystem scale simulation at a single point, and it's the exact same physics as if I was running the global model, which is nice for tuning, and it also helps ecologists kind of interact with the land model, because it's like the processes that we're representing at a sub-kilometer scale are the same as what we're representing globally. Getting the X.
We know one more question if there is.
Yeah, go ahead.
When we have, for example, one column model, and when we define different patch for a model, how CLM is able to show macro scale changes like soil moisture below each patch. I mean that what is the best scale that we can have? For example, we have some land changes like solar panels that they can the effects just below.
To think about the
that.
subgrid. So you could add separate columns, like that would be the kind of computationally expensive, but most realistic way would be to differentiate the columns underneath the patches so that they're independent, which is a feature that can be done, it's just something we don't do that often. So yeah, you could go back to this structure. Oh, so much innovation. I'm not gonna get there then. You could go back to this structure and define different columns under for each patch, basically.
So that can't be one column with different patch, so you suggest that to define different columns.
If you really care about the small scale stuff, yes. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. I don't know if it's working, but let's thank Will again. Now we're gonna have a break until 9:30 and then come back and we'll have another lecture. To move on to our next land component lecture, Adriana Foster is a scientist in the terrestrial sciences section, and she's going to talk about biogeochemistry and ecosystems.
Thanks. Cool. Okay, yeah. So I think Will kind of got into some of what I'm going to talk about, but yeah, I think I missed the first half because there was like an accident on 36. But so, okay, how many of you are land people? Will maybe already did this. Oh, wow, that's a lot of people. Okay. What about biogeochemists? Okay, fewer. Okay, any ecologists in the room? Oh, okay, okay. 2, maybe 1.5 people. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, I think part of what I'm going to try to do is get you excited and interested in biogeochemistry and maybe ecology. In CESM, this is mostly the carbon cycle. The ocean model deals a lot in lots of different elements, but in the land model, we mostly care about carbon and nitrogen. Interestingly, living things are mostly just carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen in relative ratios of CH2O. So you guys are just bags of carbon and water, basically. I'm going to talk about kind of why do we do this in CESM, how, and then some future directions. So why? So, a lot of science is driven by these fundamental questions that organize research. So maybe in astronomy, we can ask, how did the universe begin? In physics, what comprises matter? In biology, how did complex organisms arise? And Will did ask these questions like, where do we put the carbon? How do we grow the food? What happens to the water? Another question that we often ask is, how do ecosystems change when the climate changes? So this is kind of like a central question in ecology. And answering this question requires the synthesis of a huge amount of knowledge and studies, including physiology of plants and animals, population and community ecology, ecosystem productivity and element cycling. And this is uncertain, like we still don't have a complete answer. And obviously this question is really relevant today, but this is one that ecologists have been pondering for like centuries. So as early as the 3rd century, the Greek philosopher Theophrastus was conducting ecological experiments like transplanting plant species outside their natural range to see how they would grow. He documented changes in phenology, and phenology is just greening up and then browning of plants. So documenting changes in phenology with climate, and then the relationship between altitude or latitude, climate, and vegetation. And then in the 1800s, this guy, Alexander von Humboldt, sort of like we think of him as one of the originators of ecology in the early 1800s, was devoted to the detailed measurement of the planet with the goal of understanding how physical and biological processes shape and sustain the world. And one of his publications included this schematic. This is Mount Chimborazo in the equatorial Andes. And you can't really see it, but there are these plant and animal species that are listed at the altitude at which they occurred. He actually trekked this whole place. And so he could see changes in the distributions of vegetation and animals based on precipitation, temperature, and other environmental variables as you go up the mountain. So I think, and then closer to home, much later, we have these things called, what are these? I forgot what these are called, but but basically we know that as you go up in elevation, typically you get more moisture, but lower temperature, and that changes what animals and plants can grow there. So we can all agree, now we think climate impacts vegetation, but the opposite is also true. So vegetation impacts climate. So this is a map, and over short timescales, as Will talked about, this is really dominated by albedo and evapotranspiration in terms of biophysics. So this is a map of observed photosynthesis and the feedback of observed photosynthesis on temperature and precipitation. And so the darker colors correspond to higher feedback amount, and the lighter is less. And so we can see that we have a large amount of feedback on temperature in the high latitudes, and then the vegetation feedback for precip on the bottom is a lot patchier. And then over longer timescales, it's really all about the fate of carbon. So this is maybe a graph you've seen a lot, but this is CO2, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere at Mauna Loa, starting in 1960. And so what do you notice about this graph? What's like the big thing that you notice? it's going up, oh no. Yeah, so we have this upward trend due to human activities. And then what is the other thing that you notice about this graph? Yeah, the wiggling. Right, so this is the imprint of the land on the atmosphere. It's basically the biosphere breathing. So we have this interannual variability in the land, which you can see here with the MODIS LAI, which is you can directly see in the atmosphere. So none of, if you care about atmospheric CO2 and its impact on temperature, none of that, you can't do any of that if you don't understand vegetation. Vegetation is crucially involved in the storage and uptake of CO2 in the atmosphere. So if we care about, let's talk about emissions. So we want to know there's all these increasing emissions due to human activities. Where is this carbon going to go? So this is looking at fossil emissions in gray and land use change emissions in orange. This is from the Global Carbon Budget, which puts out new data every year. Actually, I didn't update it this year, so this is still from 2024. But so since 1850, we have about 720 gigatons of carbon in emissions, so about a third of it is from land use change. Before 1920, you'll notice that most of it was the orange, so land use change, but then after that, it's almost all fossil fuel emissions. And this is all based on like energy statistics, cement production data, and then the land use change, this is all data from like deforestation and land use change data. So, okay, so then we want to know where is this going. So the dashed line on the bottom is sort of the opposite of the total red line on the top. We want to fill up this bucket and say, where are all these emissions going, right? So a lot of it's going into the atmosphere, about 40%, and that's what gets us to that 420 parts per million CO2, at least in 2024, that's what it was. And this is measured directly. Its growth rate is computed from just like annual changes in concentration. 25% is going into the oceans. This is measured from biogeochemistry models and other data products. Okay, and then where's the rest of it going? The land, right. Okay, so yeah, so about 30% in the land. So we notice this big interannual variability, which is mostly driven by land carbon uptake. And this terrestrial CO2 sink is calculated here with dynamic global vegetation models. And then you'll notice that we actually, we don't actually perfectly line up with that dashed line on the bottom. So sometimes we're under it, sometimes we're over it. This is this sort of like imbalance. We have about a 5% imbalance. And this is all about uncertainty in land, really. So the land, we'll keep seeing this come up, but the understanding where the land carbon is going is uncertain still to this day. So if we care about how we can figure out where all this carbon is going and how it's going to impact climate, we need to understand the global carbon cycle. So here is just a big cartoon of that. So the biggest thing you might notice is that there are these huge pools. So there's lots of carbon in the land and then even more carbon in the soil. So there's about a three times as much stored in the soils. And then we've got big fluxes. So there's substantial fluxes of carbon out in terms of human emissions and fossil fuel burning on the left and forest burning on the left. And then we've also got plant respiration and soil respiration. So those are going out. And then we've also got substantial fluxes in through photosynthesis and then litter fall. And then the land sink is this residual between those in and out fluxes. And so that's what gives us the land sink. And so we want to be able to simulate this, right? So how do we do that? Okay, so stepping way back, you might have seen this before, but this is the Bretherton diagram. So Francis Bretherton was the director of NCAR in the late 1970s. And he was a huge leader in Earth system modeling. So before this, land modeling was kind of seen as fairly tangential to climate modeling. And then adding terrestrial and marine biogeochemistry was one of his contributions to Earth system science. So the focus here is on the interactions between the geosphere and the biosphere. With here we have human activities kind of as an outside force, but they are all interrelated, obviously. Okay, so this kind of Bretherton diagram launched this flying leap proposal, which Will kind of hinted at. So this proposal was by Inez Fung, Peter Rayner, and Pierre Friedlichstein 26 years ago now, which was the idea to have prognostic CO2 in the atmosphere from Earth system models like CESM. So instead of saying, this is how much CO2 we're going to put into the, or how much CO2 is going to be in the atmosphere, we want to actually simulate it. So this matured into a figure like that, showing the link between CO2 emissions and temperature change was very critical. So it depends on your scenario you choose, which impacts how much warming you will get. So again, we need to understand the carbon cycle in order to predict temperature and climate change. And both NCAR and CESM were key players in the development of the concept and creation of the first coupled carbon cycle models, which did, then culminated in this Flying Leap proposal and led to these seed format experiments. So we have continually been sort of like these big players and key developers of these types of models. So the first thing, okay, we have a pop quiz from Dwight Schrute. What is the most important element in the production of above ground leafy growth? Probably phosphorus, right? No, it's nitrogen, okay? Absorb this information. Okay, so since then we've been leaders in other ways. So we were the first model to add coupled carbon and nitrogen biogeochemistry. So that was in CESM 1. So we were the first Earth system model to do that, I think in CMIP 5. And then for CESM 2, we were, as Will said, the first and maybe still the only group to have explicit crop management like irrigation and fertilizers. So we're getting better and better at representing the complexity in carbon cycle processes. So I'm going to dive now into sort of like the nitty-gritty of how we do this. So here's that Brotherton diagram that kind of maps directly onto this map of the different models that go into CESM. So we've got land in green here. Okay, so how do we model the carbon cycle and I guess nitrogen cycle as well? With a lot of community development. So these are just a snapshot of all the people involved in the land model working group. A lot of these people are at NCAR, but a lot of them are at university, and maybe you could be here too if you want. So, okay, so I think maybe Will showed this, but this is like all the processes that we're trying to represent in a land surface model, and he talked about the biophysics already. So I'm going to zoom in on biogeochemistry. Okay, this is actually a really cool book you can get. This is by Gordon Bonin, who is a scientist here. It goes in really high detail into all the different things that you need to build a terrestrial ecosystem model. If you're interested in getting involved, this is the code. You can go here. We have a lot of issues that you can maybe try to solve for us. Okay, but anyway, so at a high level, this is what we're trying to do with the biogeochemistry. So we have leaves, which with those we need to represent photosynthesis and stomatal conductance. So this is at a high level. Photosynthesis takes place at the leaf level, right? And the leaf level photosynthesis right now is governed by Farquhar photosynthesis and the Medlin stomatal conductance. Okay, then at the leaf level, we then need to scale it up to the canopy level and calculate light transmittance, absorption, and reflectance through the canopy. We do that through what's called the two-stream approximation. And Will may have said this, but for plant canopies, we represent them as two big leaves, so a sunlit and a shaded leaf. So each plant functional type is just two big leaves. It's fairly simplified look at what an actual forest canopy is like, but we're thinking about, we're trying to make that more complex, which I'll get to later. So what this gives us at an ecosystem level is GPP, or gross primary productivity. And then after we fix all that carbon with photosynthesis, we need to allocate the carbon to things, different tissues like leaves, woods, or roots. That gives us net primary, that's backwards. Then we also have to calculate autotrophic respiration, so the plant respiration. And then if we have GPP and autotrophic respiration, we can get NPP, which is just GPP minus AR. Okay, and then we need to calculate phenology, so leaves browning and falling off and greening up again, and turnover, so like mortality and litter. That's very complicated. That all gives us leaf area index over time. And then we have to calculate decomposition. So all of this happens in CLM. The decomposition gives us heterotrophic respiration. Okay, so here are all like the sort of big acronyms: the GPP, AR, NPP, LAI, heterotrophic respiration, HR. So, and this is really complicated, right? Because GPP and AR affect NPP, obviously, and then which affect LAI. But LAI, because how many leaves you have, also affects AR and GPP. So there's this feedback loop there. But then how much LAI you have, which then feeds back into decomposition and heterotrophic respiration, so that's connected. But then how much nutrients you have in the soil also affects GPP. So it's all like really interactive. It's difficult. That's why tuning land models and running and the land model can be kind of uncertain. Okay, but what if we think we have all these right? We can get things like net ecosystem production, which is just GPP minus AR minus HR, and then we can get net ecosystem exchange, which is just NEP minus fire loss, and then we get biome production, which is NEE minus land use minus harvest. Okay, so these are all things that maybe the atmosphere wants to know. Like, just tell me how much carbon you're outputting. Thank you. Okay, so we looked at this already, but I'm going to zoom in to this vegetated and crop land units. Okay, so the naturally vegetated land unit, we break those up into patches, and each patch has a PFT on it. So, you know, as I said, different plants grow at in different conditions, and they have different traits. So the way that we break it up is by plant functional type, and so I think we have 14 plant functional types. So we have like needle leaf evergreen, broadleaf evergreen, broadleaf deciduous, grasses. So that's, you know, that's pretty simplified, but it's, you know, it's basically it's the best we can do with, you know, computationally. And then if you have, you know, 1 billion species, basically you'd have to find parameter values for all of those. So it's kind of a way of trying to group species into functional groups that best represent the vegetation. And so as Will said, the natural PFTs are all on the same soil column per land unit. And then we have another crop land unit, which all share soil columns based on either irrigated or not irrigated. So then within this naturally vegetated land unit, we basically tell the model, we say, you know, 30% is broadleaf tree, 10% is bare ground. So we're not getting any prognostic kind of like changing vegetation types in regular CLM. We also, as Will said, we have agriculture. So right now, crops are simulated prognostically. We have tons of crop types. And we do things like fertilize and irrigate. We have transient fertilizer and irrigation now. And crop management is really important for the carbon cycle. Okay, so if we have all these PFTs, where do these parameter values come from? So a lot of it can come from laboratory understanding of plant physiological processes. So let's say for FARCAR photosynthesis, we can say photosynthesis is co-limited by light, energy, and export of sugars. And so if you have data on that from lab experiments, you can parameterize those parameters. There are also trait databases like the TRI database. So for that, maybe leaf nitrogen and dark respiration. We can also think about using optimality theory. So plants try to optimize things like water use efficiency. So we have these things in CLM called the FUN and LUNA models. And then a lot of it, like Will said, the parameters are basically like unmeasurable or really hard to measure. So things like mortality rate. And for that stuff, we do calibration. And so this is just a graph looking at, Will mentioned the perturbed parameter experiment. We basically run the model like thousands of times with varying all the parameters at once and fit our observations. So for here, let's say we're trying to calibrate to observational LAI. Okay, so what kinds of things can we do with a cool model like CESM, which has explicit carbon cycle interactions? So there are these cool things. We can do these idealized experiments, say where we inject a prescribed amount of CO2. So in this case, we're not doing emissions driven, we're doing actual prescribed CO2. So we're saying we're going to increase CO2 by 1% per year. And we can look at how much the land took up. And say if we're running CESM, we can also look at how much the ocean took up, and then how much is left in the atmosphere, and then how does that affect temperature. And what's interesting and cool about models is that you can turn on and off different processes. So I'm going to look at 3 different experiments. So fully coupled, meaning that the land and the ocean are seeing the effects of the increased CO2 as well as the increased temperature. Biogeochemically coupled, which means it's the land and ocean are only seeing increased CO2, but we're not changing the temperature at all. And then the opposite of that is radiatively coupled, meaning the CO2 is staying the same, but temperature is still increasing. And so we can say, like, how are these different experiments going to change how the carbon, is, what happens to the cumulative land sink. Okay, so here's the cumulative land CO2 sink and this is for a bunch of CMIP6 models. You can't see CESM because it's behind the brown model, but it's in dark green there. So this is cumulative CO2 sink for the fully coupled simulation. So and just to note, there's no land cover change here. But anyway. Okay, so what's one thing that you notice about this experiment and all these different models? Yeah, it's a huge spread. So there's large uncertainty in the magnitude of the land sink. Okay, here's the biogeochemically coupled simulation. So this is where the temperature is not increasing, but the CO2 is. So again, we still have a pretty large uncertainty in the magnitude of the land sink, and it's actually a little, like maybe the land sink is slightly higher than the fully coupled simulation. Why do you think that is? Anyone? So I think it's probably CO2 fertilization. So there's CO2 fertilization going on in both of these, but in the one with just the biogeochemically coupled, we're not seeing any of the negative impacts of, say, like increasing temperature and like maybe drought. So the plants are just super happy to get more CO2. Okay, and then finally, here's the radiatively coupled simulation. We're all dying. Okay, so here, actually the models agree a lot better, and we're not a sink anymore. We're actually a source of carbon, which is not great. And I think we've lost the CO2 fertilization effect, and now we're just seeing the negative impacts of increasing temperatures. And so it actually seems like a lot of this uncertainty maybe in part is due to how plants maybe respond to CO2 fertilization, which a lot of studies have sort of posited. Okay, so here's look at the same three graphs, but for the cumulative ocean sink. Okay, what is the big difference between those two sets of figures? Yeah, these guys agree a lot more. I think we know what we're doing in the ocean, right? The land people are just stupid, apparently. No, so there's much less uncertainty in the ocean model. So the ocean model, at a large scale, the global scale, it's much more dictated by physics, which we have, it's easier to figure out than biology. So land is really driven by biology and carbon. Okay, so now here's the spread in global average surface temperature. So we can see that there's still this spread in this fully coupled simulation. We have this huge spread in just the temperature of the surface temperature of the Earth. And we think that that is directly due to uncertainty in land biogeochemistry. So the land biogeochemistry is really important, and we want to keep working on it to understand where is this uncertainty coming from? Is it structural differences between the models? Is it parameters? Are we not representing all the processes correctly, or we need more processes? So that sort of leads into kind of future directions for the land model. Okay, well, just stepping back, so this is actually looking at CESM1, so cumulative land sink in CESM1 in red, observations in black, and then CESM2 in those sort of bluish lines. And so, okay, so we are continuing to improve the land model and CESM. So in CESM1, we were not simulating a land sink. It was a source, so that's not great. But now we are in CESM2 and 3. We're representing the land sink. And then we're objectively getting better in lots of different ways. So this, if you've never heard of ILAM, it's the International Land Model Benchmarking Package. So this is a collection of data sets to evaluate model outputs. So you can see we go from CESM1 to CESM2, and green means we're getting better. So we're pretty much getting better across the board, except where? Soil carbon, that's not our fault though. I was told that it snows too much in the Arctic, so that's the atmosphere model's fault, but you can come after them. Okay, so, right, so we're continually getting better, and then we're also continually kind of getting more complex. So this is a figure from a recent paper, and in the 1970s, we kind of didn't really care about the atmosphere. It was just kind of like a lower boundary condition. Plants are green, sometimes they're not, whatever. But now we're continually getting more complex. We added plant canopies, heterogeneity, dynamic vegetation. We added the carbon cycle to Earth system modeling in the 2000s. And so now we're seeing land as an integral component of the Earth system. Okay, and so as I said, vegetation is crucially involved in the carbon cycle. It impacts climate over smaller timescales in terms of albedo and evapotranspiration. And the big thing about this is that forest height, vegetation dynamics, and all and species composition actually all impact those things. And so we know that forests are a mosaic of patches. It's not just green slime, basically. So here's looking at a forest canopy. So we can see here, there's like a gap in the forest where a tree has maybe died. Here's some young trees that are coming up. And then here's a dying tree over there. And the average of all these different gaps over time creates this vegetation dynamics where we have trees growing, one eventually dies, and then we get new growth. So we're moving now in CLM to using FATES, which is the Functionally Assembled Terrestrial Ecosystem Simulator. So instead of just representing plants as 2 big leaves per PFT, it's now a cohort-specific model. So meaning that we're actually representing not individuals of trees, because that would be really computationally intensive, but we're doing these cohorts of trees, which is basically a representative tree or plant that has a certain PFT, and then it grows in size over time, and it grows in number density. So we're basically saying, if there's 50 individuals in this cohort that is needleleaf evergreen, and it's growing over time. So it still runs the 30-minute photosynthesis and fluxes, but we get daily growth and allocation of carbon, and then we get dynamic vegetation. And so there's some big tiling differences. So on the left, we can see the regular CLM tiles up the vegetated unit, land unit, in terms of static, well, unless you're running transient, but let's say just in a certain year, we just say, 30% one PFT, 60% of another. In FATES, we're actually going to allow PFTs to grow anywhere they want, and the patches instead are how long since that patch has been disturbed. So this bare ground patch, maybe it just got disturbed through fire or a tree fell down, and then we've got this really old growth, 90-year-old stand. And then within each of those patches, we allow different plants and different PFTs of different sizes to grow in these cohorts. So we think with this, we're better representing vegetation dynamics, which allows us to better represent where the carbon is going, as well as how land-atmosphere interactions play out. Okay, another cool thing we're doing is we're adding the MIMICS model, which is we're modeling microbial controls on soil carbon dynamics. So the MIMICS model is a soil carbon model that considers relationships among litter quality, functional trade-offs in microbial physiology and microbial byproducts. So we think this more accurately represents carbon response to nitrogen enrichment, which is really important if we want to think about how plants might respond to CO2 fertilization. And then Will kind of touched on this. The other big thing that we're doing is the representative hill slope model, which sort of discretizes an individual tile into different elevation and aspect zones, and we can have lateral flow of water within a grid cell. Okay, so if we want to ask, how will ecosystems change when the climate changes, we think we can do a lot of that with CLM or CTSM, which is this land model that can be used for climate change, that can be run at single points all the way up to the global scale. We're transitioning to using FATES, which represents vegetation demographics, traits, and recovery from disturbances. MIMICS, which is a soil biogeochemistry model, and then hill slope hydrology, which considers the effects of aspect, elevation, and hydrologic connectivity on water availability. So with all of that, we think we're sort of we're doing new cool science with CLM. Anyway, thank you.
I'm curious about how CLM simulates, for example, aerosols that falls to certain areas. For example, the Saharan dust falling over the Amazon.
Yeah.
And if there is a way to digest that information, biogeochemically.
Yeah, so we have the CAM can give us aerosols. We also have, if you want to run in offline mode, which just means I'm running the land model by itself, with like data atmosphere, we have data aerosols too, and that will affect things in the model. I'm not the person to ask about that, but we do that for sure.
And any changes to the methane soil sink and will the hydrogen soil sink be interactive in CESM?
That is a person you should ask Sean Swenson about methane. I'm sorry, I don't know about that. Yeah.
Do you also take into account the land below the ocean? I mean the alga and all the stuff, coral, I don't know.
No.
Okay.
I mean, well, maybe the ocean model does. We do not. We basically, when we run it, we have a mask that just says, we don't care about that. That's water. Yeah.
Do you also consider methane changes in climate change studies?
Methane changes? Yeah, so we're working on a methane model. So yes, yeah.
I was wondering if the biogenic VOCs also change dynamically.
I think those are outputs, so we use the Megan model to do that. So whatever the Megan model is. Yes. Oh, you
I have a question on the complexity of the parameters in the land model. The vegetation have different behaviors, and you have increase the complexity representing those processes. And how do you determine this?
How do we
parameters? Like, is it still plant functional type based?
Yeah. So some of them we've actually made more of them. So with Linnea Hawkins was doing the PPE, she made some of them plant functional types were before they. By plant functional type were before they weren't. So some of them some of the vegetation parameters is just one value for all PFTs, and then some of them are PFT specific. And she's actually made more of them PFT specific because we think like, well, they're different. But yeah, I mean, like for example, one of the things that I was exploring was we have like a tropical evergreen trees, but it's the same across the entire pantropics. But actually, we kind of think that the neotropics and the paleotropics kind of behave differently. And so we were exploring like making those separate PFTs. But in FATES and in CLM, the more PFTs you make, the longer it takes to run, because in FATES we can't group them together into one cohort, and then in CLM we're actually explicitly simulating a whole new patch for that PFT. So it's more about, it's like I said, it's about computational efficiency and like finding the parameter values for all of those. But Sean Swenson is actually working on making some parameters spatially explicit. So you could, without having to run a whole new PFT, you could just say, well, in Africa, the PFT value is 6, but in Brazil, it's 50, but that's a crazy difference. But yeah, something like that. So there's ways that we can get around that problem. Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts about bryophytes and their potential relative importance for carbon cycling?
Yeah. So we actually have somebody who, Sam Rabin, is going to be developing our moss for FATES, actually, because now FATES is our new vegetation model. But for my work, bryophytes are really important for their impact on decomposition and then wildfire dynamics. So I work a lot in Aurora, Alaska. So very important, and we will be adding that. So.
Yeah, in terms of, I'm just wondering, in terms of microclimate or biometeorology, how detailed CSM or FATES can go into. For example, in terms of vegetation, like does CSM and FATES consider multi-layer inside the strata, or like as canopy soil, and then just that? And also, does this model go into specific species or more focused on like just broad type, etc.?
Okay, so for the you mean like a multi-layer canopy?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have, I should have added that, but so Gordon Bonin has developed this multi-layer canopy, which does consider this interstitial canopy space and how temperature and humidity changes through the canopy and how that affects photosynthesis and land-atmosphere exchange, which is very, very important. So right now, neither FATES nor regular CLM does that, but we are working on connecting his model into, you can actually run the multi-layer canopy model with CLM, but it's sort of like in this kind of ad hoc way, but so we want to connect them more fully so that, yes, you can do that because it's very important. And then, did you ask about species differences?
Yeah, species or broad type, or like, for example, is it possible to track the small trees and the big trees inside forest?
Not in CLM, because we don't really do that, but in Fates, that's exactly what it is built to do, is to run vegetation dynamics and say, like, here's the small trees as they grow, or how many small trees are there over time, and the same with the big trees. And then in terms of like species, like you can always just run either Fates or CLM and say, like, I want my needle, like I'm running in, say, like Crested Butte, Colorado, I'm gonna make my needle-leaf evergreen tree very specific to this location. You can just change the parameter values to however you want. It's just doing that globally would obviously take a lot of work if you wanted to represent, even just like all the different like major species of the US, that would be like hundreds, right? So, yeah.
So how is the carbon fluxes considered in inland water bodies, like reservoirs, lakes? No?
Yeah.
I was wondering if carbon allocation within a PFT and Fates, is it fixed or is it sensitive to climatic variability?
Oh, I don't think it's sensitive to climatic, but that would be something you could definitely add. So right now it's based on allometry, and so the way that we say, like, you fixed this much carbon in the last 24 hours, and now we have all these equations that say, given my current size, here's how much, here's how tall I should be, here's how much above ground biomass I should have and below ground biomass, and we have this like numerical solution where we just kind of like figure out where all the carbon should go. But yeah, it would be really very cool to have that also based on like nutrient availability, water availability, and light availability. Yeah, that would be.
Does it, the allocation changes with age?
Yes, it changes with size or age. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I really like this dynamic vegetation model.
Me too.
Have you tested it in like a seasonal forecasting space or more kind of at a climate scales?
I don't think anyone's done it in seasonal forecasting. That would be really cool. I was on a proposal which unfortunately didn't get funded to use it to initialize WRF fire, which is so like the fuel. The connection between like really short-term fire modeling is like the fuel, and like in WRF we have to initialize the fuel, but like, do we really know what the fuel is? And we think Fates, can better predict that. But yeah.
Well, there's this idea in like seasonal forecasting that land provides predictability beyond the
Yes.
atmosphere.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so that seems like a great application.
I agree. Yeah.
I'm just curious, like, is the model able to factor in changes, for example, based on land reclamation or?
Yeah, so we have land use change, and so some of that can be converting like afforestation. So that's all based on data or like predictions into the future. And so we are telling the model like this is turning from crop into abandoned pasture, and then maybe it will turn into a forest. And so in CLM, regular CLM, you kind of have to predict both like what's happening and how long it takes to go there. But then in Fates, we kind of just say like it's crop now, and we just kind of it's not crop anymore, and we let the grasses grow how we think they might grow based on the model.
We have 5 more minutes.
Oh, so have you heard of zombie fires?
Oh yeah, those are cool.
Can you tell the? I can't explain it very well.
Yeah. So this is kind of like a cute term. I think mostly in Russia and Siberia, there are these fires that burn for like overwinter fires that are just kind of smoldering under the ground. I think that they can occur in North America too, but and maybe other parts of the world. But So that's what we call them, zombie fires, because they're not surface fires. They're like smoldering underground forever. Yeah.
I was just wondering if there's a way to account from like the carbon release rate.
Yeah, so we don't even burn the soil. No, not right now, but we really should because it's, most of the emissions, at least in the North American boreal forest, are from the soil. Yeah, so I'm on a proposal that we're working towards doing that, but it's like it's really complicated because we're not at all set up to take away soil organic matter from CLM right now or grow it. So, well, we have carbon. We grow the carbon, but not the actual like soil itself. Yeah.
I'll ask another question, which is, Fates will be included with the CESM3 release, but not on by default.
Right. So we will scientifically support the use of Fates in a specific configuration, but not coupled. So it's land only Fates. But you can turn it. You can turn it on with in coupled mode. It's just when. Well, I don't know if you've gone over what scientifically supported means, but it just means basically like our so scientifically supported means like the output from this simulation we've like vetted, and you can like do experiments with it, and or you can look at results and like, you know, we like put our rubber stamp of approval on this. So we put a rubber stamp of approval on the output in land only, so meaning that's driven with data atmosphere for Fates. But it's not for CESM, which is like the fully coupled mode. We haven't quite gotten there yet with Fates. Although our Norwegian colleagues at Cicero are running CMIP 7 with Fates. So it's being done, just not here because we don't have enough people, but What's the concern? So Fates has been, because it's much more complex, it has been historically difficult to parameterize and get correct because we're not telling, basically, I mean, in CLM, we're kind of, in regular big leaf CLM, we're kind of telling the model what the vegetation looks like, not how much is there, like not how much carbon is there and how much LAI is there, but that's pretty much the only part that is like other than the biophysics and actual carbon cycling, like the types of plants, how tall they are is all kind of, we tell CLM big leaf what to do. And in Fates, all that is like all totally more interactive, and it's like super complex and nonlinear. And so it's just been hard. And we actually only just got we got land use connected to Fates, and so we're sort of like it's a new territory. And so the Norwegian colleagues they're like wedded to doing CMIP 7 with Fates, and it's been very stressful for them. So I'm glad we don't have to do that. Yeah. So yeah, and so and I guess I'll say like the problem with having, because land is so uncertain and Fates adds even more uncertainty, that all feeds back to like the climate, right? So when we run fully coupled simulations, even with big leaf CLM, like we've had to go back and be like, oh no, now it looks weird. So like the temperature's weird, and so yeah, it's just a lot of iterative, and it's really slow to run fully coupled simulations. So yeah.
Great. Let's thank Adriana one more time.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have a break until 10:30, and then come back here. I'm going to introduce the lab, and then we'll go do the lab. Is this working? Is this working? But everyone's talking. Is it? Yeah, yeah. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the next lab session intro. I get, oh yeah, a couple reminders because I won't really get to announce everything before lunch. Today's the first Meet an Expert. I understand that there's gonna be several admin outside of here directing you to different rooms, so you don't have to figure it out on your own, and they've also put several signs up to point to different rooms. So if you kind of know you're in the cafeteria, there should be an admin there helping direct people, or like up the stairs here. So just know that. If you're not meeting with an expert today, because those start at 12:15, and get your lunch before you go to that. You know, you'll all be eating lunch together, essentially. If you're not meeting with an expert today, you know, try to go a little bit early or try to go a little bit later to the cafeteria just to help the staggering of the, you know, the line. And then the last thing is, if you go look at the sign-up sheets for the Meet an Expert and you see, you know, maybe you see a few people that don't have as many, you know, attendees assigned to the lunch, feel free to sign up for another lunch on a different day. But good, you know, if you see 6 or 7 people in their lunch, those are full. But okay. And I forgot to introduce myself kind of properly on the first day. So now Sophia Makarowicz is gonna come and introduce the next lab to you. I'm a scientist in the paleo and polar climate section, and I specialize in paleo climate things. So you can talk to me about that if you're interested. Today we're gonna be running the simple XML modifications lab. And so this is all about understanding these you know, files that end in XML. So, you know, what are the model control files? How do you modify the env underscore, you know, files that end in XML? And then we're gonna learn about controlling the run length, starting and stopping a run, restarting a run, changing the run length, using timing files, and then modifying the type of run when you initialize it. And then we're gonna go over the exercises for today. And so, you know, just as a quick maybe review of yesterday in the basics, we learned this kind of 4-command workflow to running a basic CESM simulation. You create the new case, then there's the case setup, there's the case build, and then there's the case submit. Today we're gonna kind of explore these more, you know, detailed XML files that you customize based on what you want the aspects, you know, the components of your case to be, or maybe I should say the details of your case to be. We use some of these files more than others, so we'll get into that. And so those are, oh yeah, you can see that down there. No, I'll just use this. So what are model control files? So these are any of the files in your case directory that end in .xml. We control how we compile and run the model with the ones that start with env underscore. These are all, you know, if you will basically, as soon as you hit create new case and then switch into your case directory, you'll see all these files because they're created by the create new case command. The most commonly used model control file is the env underscore run.xml file. This file controls the run length, the run type, and many other, you know, options based on your experimental design. And we're gonna practice using it and modifying it in today's lab session. So in the materials you can read about all of the other env underscore files and the different specifics of them, but today we're going to mostly work with this important file. So you can kind of modify these files in different ways depending on your preferences, but we highly recommend using the XML change tool, which you used a little bit yesterday. The alternative is you can use your editor of choice like VI or Emacs to go in and manually edit the settings for these different variables. But the reason why we want to use XML change, or why it's recommended, is that once you /XML change and change a variable, it will record that change in your case status file. So you'll be able to see a record of all the changes you've made. If you just go in and edit it with your editor of choice, you don't have a history of what's been done. So here's an example. If you submitted your initial case that you had previously run, so it was continue run false because it was the first submission. Let's say you want to continue that case. You would use this variable, continue underscore run, and you could use XML change to change it to true. And so that's basically telling your case, okay, I've run 5 days or I've run a month of this case. Now, instead of restarting the case again from the initial files, I want to use the restart files and continue the case. And then also, there's kind of a neat way to search the contents of your XML variables in the case directory. And so the cool way to do this is using XML query. So you have to be in your case directory to execute these commands. So let's say you go into your case and you're wondering what type of run type is this case. You can type ./XML query run type, and it will return the value of run type to you. Let's say, sometimes you know the exact variable you're looking for. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you go, oh, I know it has the word run in it, but I don't know the rest. You can do ./XML query -p and then just type run, and it'll print out all of the variables that include run in it. And also, if you kind of forget how to use these commands, you can do --help after these commands, and it'll print out all the information. So first, the first thing we're going to review is controlling the run length with this environment underscore run XML file. So that is controlled by several runtime variables. These variables may be modified at the initialization of the model and during the course of the model run. We'll learn about customizing runtime settings to control starting, stopping, restarting, and continuing a model run, and practice how to specify the run length of your long simulations. Because of course you want, usually when you're running a simulation, it's not done after 5 days or a month. You might have to run it for many, many years. And so we're trying to balance sort of submissions that you can complete within the wall clock time. And so you have to kind of modify your run length to those limits. So we'll investigate that today. So setting runtime limits with these variables, stop underscore option and stop underscore n. These are both in your environment underscore run XML file. So we worked with these a little bit yesterday, I think. Stop option sets the run length to the interval type. So I think by default it's set to n days, but you can set it to n months, you can set it to n years, and then stop underscore n sets the number of intervals. So if that's set to, I think, 5 by default, it's 5 days. And then, an example of this, if you want to run a simulation for 6 months during job submission, first you'll need to set your stop n to 6 and your stop option to n months, with XML change, preferably. And so just a note on this, a typical simulation is comprised of many different job submissions. This is because you can only stay in the computer queue for a limited time. So for instance, you can only really stay in it for 12 hours maximum at a time because we want to allow other people to run on the supercomputer. And so you have to know how long your specific simulation takes to run. If it takes longer than 12 hours to run 10 years, you don't want to run 10 years in one submission. Oh yeah.
So let's say you know you're gonna do a shorter simulation, it defaults to 12 hours. But we're not on the magic tutorial queue, is there a way to change that?
Yes, there's another variable in the XML files that's job wall clock time. And so that is what you will change. It's good to, when you're preparing to submit your run, always take note of what's my stop option, what's my stop end, and have I adjusted my wall clock length to accommodate that length? Because it's a bummer when you submit 10 years, for example, and your wall clock time was 1 hour, and it times out. Okay, and so important concepts in initial run, so the first submission of it versus a continue run. So when CESM is first initialized, it's called an initial run. And the variable continue run in environment_run is a flag indicating if the current model run is an initial run or a continue run. So in your first submission of that case, continue run should be set to false by default. If the model continues a run, continue run is set to true. If your intention is to continue your run and you don't set this to true, it will just keep taking your initial files and running them over and over again, which is not good. So for example, say we submitted our initial job with continue run equals false because it was just initialized. If the run has been finished and everything looks good and we want to continue the run for another month, what do we do? Yeah.
Oh, I actually have a question. Files?
It will make new output files in almost every case. So let's say you ran your initial run, it was 5 days. You're not gonna see output files in your Scratch archive yet, right? Because it's only 5 days, it hasn't run a full month. You're gonna see R pointer files and restart files in your run directory in Scratch. And if you set continue run to true after that's complete, now it's gonna take those restart files and use that to initialize the next run. Once it hits a month, for example.
But like, what if the first run is a year? Scratch files and then
Yeah, so if your initial run is a year, it'll print, during the run, it'll print out each monthly file to your run directory in Scratch. Then the run completes, the archiving script moves all your output files from the run directory to your archive directory in Scratch, and then you'll see it there. And then it'll take the restart files and do the next year, yeah. Yeah.
So is the stop option line, is that how you control the temporal resolution too, or is that in another XML file?
Like for example, the output temporal resolution. Yeah, that is going to be done like, by default it only prints out monthly files, CESM. But if you want, you could print out hourly files, 3-hourly files. That is typically controlled in the individual name list of each component. So like you'll go into user NL cam, and if you want 3-hourly atmosphere files.
I see.
Yes, but usually, that's all I'll say. We don't need, that'll come later. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna set the continue run to true, keep running the model, good. And then, yeah, when we use the restart files to continue our run, which is what's done when you continue run equal true, it's a bit for bit match. So your run is absolutely identical when using those restart files. Setting run length for long simulations. So recall that we can use the stop_n and stop_option to control the run length of each batch job submission. A typical long model simulation, say you want to run the model for 100 years, is comprised of many job submissions, right? We can only run for 12 hours maximum at a time. This is because we have this limited batch wall clock time. The regular queue on derecho is 12 hours. And so we can specify the number of times to resubmit the run. Because if your run takes 12 hours and everything's going fine, maybe you don't want to come back every single 12 hours and resubmit your job. You kind of want it to run on its own for a while. So that's what the resubmit command is for. It will automatically resubmit your job to the queue. And that's also done in this env_run file. So another note on this is you can do this from the very beginning, from the initial submission. So let's say you have your 5-day run, and you're submitting it for the first time, but you don't want to come back and check it after those 5 days. You just want it to keep going on those 5-day increments. You'll set your resubmit greater than 0, say to 5, and then automatically, once it's done with that initial run, it'll switch continue run to true and then keep continuing on. So that's kind of nice. Yeah.
So what if one run has a problem and it's not completed, it stops like midway?
Yeah.
So resubmit again?
Yes. So let's say you ran your 5-day simulation, you're about to run your 5-day simulation for the initial submission. You're like, everything's gonna be fine, resubmit equals 10, I'm gonna leave this alone for a while. It runs for a few resubmissions, like it gets to, it runs for 4 cycles, and then it crashes. Then Rachel's gonna send you an email, your run crashed, and then you're gonna come back and it's gonna, it didn't complete, but the resubmit is gonna be like 6 now. So it'll have counted down over the successful cycles, but it will have stopped mid-run, and you'll have to resubmit. Figure out the problem, then resubmit. Okay, now a question. Setting run length. So the tutorial version of the CESM model on derecho simulates about 10 model years per wall clock day. The maximum wall clock request is 12 hours. If you want to run the model for 100 years total, what values should be set for stop option, stop end, and resubmit? And I will let you write things down if you want for a couple minutes. And I guess I'll give you a hint that a wall clock day is actually 24 hours. Yeah?
Year, stop end 5, and resubmit 19.
What did you say for stop option? Mm-hmm. And then stop end? 5. Uh-huh. Very nice. So we're assuming we want to use the full 12 hours for each job submission. The model runs 10 years per wall clock day, which means, in 12 hours it'll give you, oh yeah.
In practice, when you want to leave a bit of a gap.
Yes. Yeah, because this, in practice, if you do this and it actually simulates 10, so it's exactly 5 model years in general, 6 hours or 12 hours, sorry, or 10 model years in 24 hours, 5 and 12. There's variability. So if you look at your timing files in a case, you'll actually see it's going to take slightly different amounts of time for every single submission, and so we typically provide like 20% of a cushion, essentially. So in reality, I would probably only submit 4 years per submission on this, just because it might crash, because you're so close to the limit on how long it takes. There's just variability in the hardware. Okay. So, oh yeah.
One question. So when you submit a job, the output files, you can see let's say, every year output, or you need to finish, the entire job to be able to see the 5 years in your Scratch folder, for example. Like, if it crashes, it's like, and let's say the model simulated 4 years, but you will be able to see those 4 years, or if it crashes before finishing the 5 year, you won't be able to see anything.
So you will be able, let's say you did this submission and it crashes mid-run, you'll be able to see up until it crashed, so all of the months, for example, will print out as they're produced in the run directory of your Scratch. So sometimes, though, when you have a crash, it's happening at a certain time step. There's something weird happening. And so if you're only looking at monthly output, it might not be that instructive for your error, but you will be able to see all that monthly output. It'll just be in your run directory, not your archive directory. Sometimes when you're dealing with a nasty bug, you'll print out really high resolution output so you can see what's happening like right at that time step. But that's too much information. Yeah.
Say your job runs out of time and it just gets cut off. Do you get the restart file at the end of where it got cut off, or will you just have to rerun that entire 3 years?
Yeah, it only produces the restart file at the end of the successful submission. So you'll have to start out, but what you can do is you can set your run to a shorter interval and run it till like right before you know it's gonna crash, and you'll get restart files right before it crashes, if that makes sense. Okay, yeah, so sometimes this can be a tricky question because the resubmits, you only do it so that there's 95 years of the resubmit because you have that initial 5 years of your run. So the total is 100 years. Okay. I wonder if I'm going over time right now. I might be. Yeah, I think I'm going a little over time. But that's okay, this is good. Okay, and so there's 3 types of initial runs that you're gonna read more about in the lab materials. So there's a startup run, which is what you've had experience with yesterday. All of the model components are initialized from basic default initial conditions. Then you have these sort of branch and hybrid runs. And so these are scenarios where you want to use either all restart files or some mixture of restart files from a previous case to initialize a new run. So for the branch run, all of the components are initialized from a consistent set of restart files from a previous run. The start date comes from that previous run. It's supposed to be a bit-for-bit restart of that previous run in a new case. And so why might you want to do this? Well, so an example is, if you want to print out a different frequency of output, like 3-hourly frequency in your run, you have to create a branch case to do that. You can't do that within the original run. So you'll create a branch to do that. And then a hybrid is where it has a little bit more relaxed restart constraints, and you can use a mixture of initialization files and restart files from a previous case. And it can produce kind of a continuous simulation, but it's not meant to be a bit for bit restart. And most of my runs that I do are like hybrid runs. But you'll read more details in the lab. Okay, and so, the run type determines the initialization type. This is also in your env_run. Note that the run type is only important for the initial run of the production run. So after it resubmits and continues on, the run type does not matter anymore. The model doesn't pay attention to it. After the initial run, your continue run variable is set to true, and your model restarts after that. But then, that's for the initial run. For runs that are initialized as hybrid or branch runs, we will need these restart and initial files from previous model runs. So today you're gonna play around with doing this. And we need to modify run ref case, run ref date, and this drive restart pointer file in order to initialize these types of runs. But more details will be in the tutorial material. Okay, finally, we're gonna work on 3 different exercises today where we're gonna practice playing around with these runtime variable modifications. And then in exercise 2, we're going to create a branch and modify the ocean coupling frequency. The reason why I'm going branch is because when you modify the ocean coupling frequency, it's not a bit for bit restart. It's just a branch because that's how we're initializing it with all the settings. Exercise 3, we'll run a hybrid run and we'll modify the atmosphere physics time step. And just to note, this is like the first maybe hiccup of using the CESM3 tutorial code. We found like a small bug, one line of code that prevents you from modifying the atmosphere physics time step. And so you have to copy a certain file that's in the materials before you do exercise 3, but it's all written there. And then just as a reminder, and then you guys can get out of here, sorry for keeping you long. So here is if you look at the materials on the left-hand side, the first part, everything from the top of simple XML modifications down to just above exercise overview, that's all just concepts in context so that you're just learning about them to give you information before doing the actual exercises. You're not going to run any of the commands listed up here. It's just learning. Then you run the commands that are listed in the exercise overview, particularly in those green boxes. Okay. Now I will release you to the library. Welcome back after lunch. Okay. All right, everybody come back in. Yeah. All right, let's get started with our lecture for the afternoon. Now we're going to learn about the sea ice component of CESM. David Clemens Sewell is actually a research scientist from CU Boulder, who used to be at NCAR, and is going to talk about the sea ice component. Now you're on.
Awesome. Can you all hear me? Good back there? Okay. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. So as Sophia introduced, my name is David Clemens Sewell. I'm a research scientist at CU Boulder and also part of the CEIS development team and the CESM Polar Climate Working Group. So this lecture probably is going to be a little bit different from the ones that you've gotten from Will and Adriana and Peter thus far, because I am guessing that Peter didn't need to introduce you to the concept of the atmosphere, nor did Will need to explain the existence of land to you. But I want to start with a really quick poll. Raise your hand if you have not previously done research on sea ice or experienced sea ice in your personal life. So you're in good company, right? Even folks who've been researchers here for a long time have not actually often worked on sea ice. And so with that context, my goal in this, over these next 45 minutes, is largely for you all to get an appreciation of, first off, the existence of sea ice, some of the complications of it, particularly within an Earth system modeling context, and some of, I think, the really interesting aspects of the sea ice component of the Earth system. But I am not expecting any of you to be sea ice experts by any stretch of the imagination at the end of this. Those of us in the Polar Climate Working Group, including Dave and myself, would be more than happy to talk to anyone afterwards if you're interested in getting more involved in sea ice related topics. Also, generally speaking, this starts with me talking for a while, and then there are questions at the end. But I'll pause a few times, and I would encourage you to raise your hands, ask questions, particularly for a topic like this that I've spent, at this point, quite a lot of my life working on, and many of you have maybe never thought about sea ice before. There are likely to be things that I miss that would help you all understand and not be lost later in the lecture. So with all of that, first off, introduce what is sea ice. Well, sea ice is frozen salt water. You may have encountered lake ice more commonly. You can think of sea ice as like lake ice, but a lot more complicated, if you want. It forms seasonally each year in the polar regions, and in the Arctic in particular, as I'll show in a second, a substantial portion of the ice pack actually stays around perennially year over year. And these are just some photos from airborne campaigns. Notably, we tend to show photos like this of the summertime on sea ice, but sea ice actually spends most of its life cycle in polar night, in the darkness, when we tend to show a lot fewer photos. And if you take away one thing about sea ice, I hope you remember that it is very, very heterogeneous. So because the ice cover is a thin, it's only about up to a few meters thick, we can have cracks forming in the ice even in the middle of winter when we have high ice fraction. So that photo on the upper right was taken in mid-March, about probably within the week of the equinox, given the sun elevation there. We also get cracks in the summer, like this photo on the left. And in the summertime, at least in the Arctic, we have melt ponds, which dramatically change the optical properties and the physical properties of the ice cover. And we also have pressure ridges. So just like miniature tectonic plates, sea ice flows, which is a term we use for basically an individual piece of ice, grind together against each other, and they build, you think of them like little miniature mountain ranges, except that you can stand next to them and watch them forming and sometimes falling apart, which can be interesting as well. And all of this is happening both on small length scales, so very much subgrid scale from an Earth system model perspective. And it's also happening on quite short time scales. So cracks in the ice, you can stand next to and watch them growing and shrinking over a matter of hours. Just wanted to give you a sort of visual to get a sense of what does the seasonal cycle of sea ice at both poles actually look like. So left here, of course, is looking down at the Arctic. The right here is looking at the Antarctic. And as you see, as we go from, we have this sort of seesaw effect where as our ice is now growing in the northern hemisphere, it's shrinking down in the Antarctic. And we tend to, when we think about sea ice, we tend to separate it into Arctic and Antarctic because there are similarities, but there are also big differences between the two hemispheres. So this is starting by looking at the Arctic, which I will admit we often start by looking at the Arctic, and if you look in the sea ice literature, there is a pretty pronounced higher density of papers and research coming from the Arctic due to the accessibility and that it's somewhere that a number of people live. But in the Arctic, we see a sort of pronounced seasonal cycle where in the wintertime and springtime, the sea ice area peaks at around 15 million square kilometers, and then it decreases quite abruptly in the late spring and early summer, down to a minimum that typically occurs in September. Depending on the year, it's varied from anywhere from about 3.5 million square kilometers, which is the record low, to historically it would have been closer to about 7 million square kilometers. A quick poll for you. Does anyone want to guess what does the land surface area of Australia is that compared to these numbers?
Australia has 7 million square kilometers.
7, well done. Yep, so I had to look that up right before this too. But sort of intuitively, you can think of the Arctic alone, the sea ice cover, varying from 2 Australias in the winter to 1 Australia in the summertime, or maybe half an Australia in a really small summer. And so this is, although sea ice lives at the poles and probably most of us do not experience it in our daily life, it is a major component of the Earth's surface. It's the equivalent to basically adding an 8th continent to the planet. The key features of the Arctic that we think about is that it's an ocean bounded by land. And so during the wintertime maximum, the sea ice actually connects the North American and Eurasian continents, as well as connecting North America to Greenland. And those boundaries cause a pretty dramatic change in the ice dynamics. So in particular, along the Canadian archipelago and on Greenland, sea ice can pile up and develop thick multi-year ice that historically has stayed around throughout the summer. I suspect many folks are aware, but Arctic sea ice in particular has exhibited a pronounced summertime decline over the last 4 decades or so. And so this is, basically we've fallen not quite by half in terms of the September minimum from the late 80s into now. In contrast, the Southern Hemisphere is in some way a more extreme environment because during the summertime, we almost entirely lose the ice cover from around Antarctica. Substantial portions of the continent have ice-free or sea ice-free coastlines. Meanwhile, in the wintertime, the Antarctic ice extent actually grows to about 3 million square kilometers greater than the Arctic. And so this is a massive seasonal shift. And it's basically driven by the geography. So because there's no continent surrounding Antarctica, the sea ice can extend up until it gets to an area where the ocean is simply too warm to support ice. Also, in contrast to the Arctic, the Antarctic has not seen the same type of consistent decline. What you probably could describe is that in recent decades, there have been more extreme events. So more consistent, so these plots here are just showing the anomalies for September on the top and February on the bottom. And you can see this kind of trend where particularly in the summertime, so the austral summer, February anomaly, we go from having sort of smaller and alternating anomalies to more recently, the anomalies have been both larger and more long-lived. And understanding why is an open question within Earth system research. And then finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that the actual physical properties that govern the ice mass balance, so how much ice grows and how much it melts every year, they are the same fundamental physical properties in the Arctic and the Antarctic, but the proportion of which properties are most important actually varies. And so most notably, in the Arctic, we tend to have very strong surface melt from the top. So the melt of the ice cover is driven by the atmosphere. This fully melts the snow and we form melt ponds, which impact the rest of the summer melt evolution. Whereas in the Antarctic, we tend to have much more active ocean heat flux and the ice can melt from below. And actually the ice cover can decay without ever having the snow fully melt off it. It basically decays from underneath and then falls apart into the ocean. And so when, particularly if you are thinking about understanding a specific process for sea ice, it's important to know whether you are looking at that in the Arctic or the Antarctic context. I'll talk a little bit more about how we actually model and why we model sea ice. But before I do that, I wonder if there are any questions just at a baseline about what is sea ice, how it works, maybe anything that surprised you from what we just talked about. Yeah, go ahead.
Is Antarctic shelf ice land ice or sea ice?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, so the question was whether the ice shelves that surround Antarctica especially in the Ross Sea and West Antarctica, Weddell. Whether those are sea ice or land ice, they are land ice. So those ice shelves are formed by glaciers that formed on land, or at least on the continent, flowing out into the ocean. You can get underplating of marine ice on them, but we still generally, at least as a discipline, consider that the sort of purview of the glaciologists as opposed to the sea ice scientists. Yeah, good question. Any other questions? Good to know I'm such a success. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, what was that?
Do you see model the salinity of the sea ice?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great question. Thank you. So the question was whether we model and simulate the salinity evolution of the ice, and we do. And maybe just a quick note for everyone on the salinity evolution of the ice. Even though sea ice forms from seawater, it is primarily fresh. So whereas seawater might be 35 ppt, typical first-year sea ice bulk salinity might be around 6 to 7 parts per thousand. And so most of the salt actually gets extruded within the ice formation process, which actually leads very nicely into kind of the next point here. So I've given you a little bit of a background on what sea ice is, and it's a fascinating component of the Earth system that's worth studying in its own right. But within the Earth system modeling context, there's a few things that we actually really need to include sea ice in order to correctly model the Earth system. And so actually jumping to this middle point here, the sea ice formation process in both the Arctic and especially in the Antarctic is responsible for a lot of the bottom water formation. So as ice forms, when it freezes, it extrudes cold, salty brine, which sinks to the bottom and is part of the ocean's overturning circulation. The ice transport itself is also important for ocean circulation because, of course, as the ice moves, now you're transporting, essentially you could think of it as an exceptionally fresh surface water mass to lower latitudes. And when it melts, it's releasing very, very low salinity water. The sea ice is also important for the energy budget of the planet as a whole. So the albedo of snow-covered sea ice is often greater than 0.8. And even in the summer, when it's formed melt ponds, in the Arctic at least, the albedo will be closer to something like 0.6. Open ocean has an albedo of less than 0.1. So that's a big shift in the radiative budget. And the ice cover impacts the turbulent exchange between the atmosphere and the ocean as well. On a sort of larger scale, we tend to think about what are the climate feedbacks that sea ice can be a part of, and the sort of preeminent one is the albedo feedback, which is essentially as your sea ice melts, you transition from this very high albedo surface to a very low albedo surface, hence accelerating the melting, further melting due to heat gain in those regions. We also have the ice growth and ice thickness feedback. Sea ice and snow in particular are insulators. And so the more ice you form, the more you limit the amount of ocean heat that can escape into the atmosphere. And so ice can actually limit the cooling, the radiative cooling of the planet. And then there are a number of ice cloud feedbacks that take place as well. And so with all of this, we need sea ice in our models. Earlier system modeling approaches attempted to prescribe sea ice. And that doesn't work super well because once you've prescribed the sea ice, you've essentially now prescribed lower atmosphere properties or upper ocean properties in doing so. And so we need to have a reasonable sea ice cover, both in terms of its mean and in terms of its variability. Having sea ice in your model simulation where you don't have it in the real world can result in a dramatically different circulation pattern than what we see. We also, of course, need to simulate how the ice impacts the atmosphere-ocean exchanges correctly. And because of the dramatic changes in sea ice in transient climates, including the one that we are living through, we need to realistically simulate how the sea ice responds to the climate perturbations. But with all of this, it also needs to be computationally efficient. Folks here in this building would get, I think, a little bit cross with us if the sea ice model started approaching, what, more than 10% the computational costs of the other components? I'm looking at Dave here, who, yeah. So we need a highly computationally efficient model to do this. And the way that we, and a large proportion of at least the world's or system modeling community have done this, is that we've worked together on the CEIS sea ice model. And so this is a open source, publicly available model in Fortran that's used in modeling contexts from like Earth system modeling, like we do here in CESM, all the way to operational weather forecasting. And it's used all over the world, but originally developed at Los Alamos here in the US. And so to kind of break CEIS down into the three critical components, we have, first off, CEIS needs to represent dynamics, which you can think of as how does the ice move around horizontally, and also a bit of how does it deform. It needs to represent the thermodynamics, of course, how does ice grow and melt. And because, as I highlighted at the beginning, the sea ice cover is so spatially heterogeneous, whereas the early models just included a single set of ice properties for each grid cell. Now, basically, most modern sea ice models in our system, the models have to have some representation of the subgrid scale heterogeneity. And I'll go through each of these pretty briefly here. So first off, just some definitions. What is the dynamics component of the code doing? Well, it's solving the force balance. It's basically asking the question of, given the current state of the system and the forces being imparted by the ocean, the atmosphere, and the Coriolis force, where does the ice move at the next time step? In terms of equations, this is what this looks like. You don't need to worry about any of the specific terms in this, but in general, you can think of what happens to the ice as a balance between the force from the atmosphere, the force from the ocean, and the ice's internal stress, with Coriolis playing a sort of, I think of it as a complicating role, although probably others will differ. The sea surface slope is there for completeness, but has a very, very minimal impact. And most of the time, the two largest terms in this equation are the atmosphere stress onto the ice and the ocean stress onto the ice, and they tend to work in opposition. So excluding locations where you have very strong ocean currents, in general, the atmosphere is pushing the ice along, and the ocean is providing drag that is slowing it down. And that's what determines your ice motion in free drift. That's especially true in the Antarctic. So the Antarctic, because we don't have land surrounding the continent, a lot of the ice dynamics is just this balance of atmosphere and ocean stresses. In the Arctic, particularly in the winter, when the ice can build up along the continents, the internal ice stress becomes a lot more important. We'll skip over that graph. And I will, sea ice rheology is a topic that confuses, I would guess, many of us, including myself. But in sort of a very simple way, you can think of that at the scale we model in our system model, the ice operates essentially as a viscous plastic fluid. So when the ice is being compressed, it operates as a viscous fluid where the amount that it strains is nonlinearly proportional to the amount of stress that's applied. When the ice is being pulled apart, sea ice has very limited tensile strength, and so it behaves as a plastic material where it breaks and opens up the ocean water beneath it. And just for completeness, I'll mention that in CESM we actually use an elastic viscous plastic scheme, but the elastic component of that scheme is primarily there to resolve numerical instabilities at low strain rates. From a sort of practical perspective, the ice is mostly operating as a viscous plastic fluid. Any questions about ice dynamics before I go on to our ice mixes? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm curious how, if like ice breaking is modeled and where it's modeled, like is that a part of the internal ice stress, or how CSM handles something like that?
Yeah, thank you. So the question was, where in the model is ice breaking apart handled? Excuse me. And so that is handled within the sea ice code itself. And so within the ice code, we basically have a yield curve, and the yield curve depends on the applied stresses, and more or less, if the ice is under any amount of tension, it yields. And what I'll get into in this next section here is actually then saying, well, what does that do to the ice within the grid cell? But it is handled within the ice model. So good question. All right, we'll go on. So I mentioned that we have this very high heterogeneity in the sea ice cover. Just to sort of give you a sense of this, the bottom right figure is showing the snow and ice thicknesses along, I think it's a 10-kilometer transect. So even just walking along a line 10 kilometers, you can see our ice thickness varies by, something like a factor of 5 or more. And we have some, in this particular sample, a little bit less variation in snow depth. I'll note also that when we do these transects, you don't include the open water because I don't float very well. And so the model also needs to account for the open water fraction of the grid cell in which we have no sea ice. And the way that we do this is we parameterize the full complicated ice cover within a grid cell very simply as just a set of independent columns of sea ice. These columns have for most of the parameterizations, have no lateral fluxes between them, and we resolve the thermodynamics, so things like the way that the salinity evolution is happening within each column independently. And then there is also a column of open water in which the atmosphere and the ocean can interact directly. Of course, the full model, so CESM itself, generally speaking, doesn't have any knowledge of what the ice model is doing on the subgrid scale. And so we have to merge all of those fluxes together to get for example, we will compute the shortwave flux from each of these columns independently, and then they have to all get merged together to get sent back to the atmosphere. There is a slight exception for this when it comes to the marine biogeochemistry that we can talk about if anyone's interested in that specifically. And so within each grid cell, this is sort of a schematic representation of what our ice thickness distribution is trying to simulate. Is that we have a distribution and all of the processes that control the sea ice mass balance are going to operate differently on ice of different thickness. So for example, I should have included a slide of what happens when the ice breaks apart. But what I do have is a slide showing what happens when the ice crashes together and is mechanically deformed. In this case, the ice from the in the thinnest thickness categories, which is the weakest, it's the easiest to deform, the easiest to break up, essentially gets crushed together and gets transported to the thicker thickness categories, which is illustrated there by the pink shading. If there's no chalkboard in here, but schematically, you could think of what happens when the ice breaks apart as essentially the opposite of this. And so all of a sudden, we would add a point density, a delta function, at the 0 ice thickness category. If that's happening within a grid cell where there's no net ice advection, that means that actually somewhere else in the grid cell, you have to be piling up ice to create that space. Now, if it's happening, as is the typical case, in a grid cell with net ice advection, that additional strain is compensated by essentially ice moving out of the grid cell and into an adjacent grid cell. Ice growth also impacts our ice thickness distribution, and most notably, the thinnest ice grows the fastest. And so it's a sort of nonlinearity in how the ice gets transported through thickness space within each grid cell. Finally, I'm going to give you a sort of very brief tour of sea ice thermodynamics. And so this is primarily concerned with the vertical movement of ice and other constituents through the sea ice cover. So within CEIS, we actually have parameterizations to do both, but the parameterization that we have used in CESM for a long time prognostically simulates both the temperature evolution and the salinity evolution vertically within the ice cover. And we have 8 different layers of sea ice along with 3 snow layers. Within the snow, we purely simulate temperature evolution. So density, salinity, et cetera, are all prescribed quantities. And you can imagine, thinking back to our ice thickness distribution slide, we essentially have one of these columns for each of those ice thickness categories. And so in CESM, we typically operate with 5 categories. We would have one of these columns for each of those 5. The details of how we actually simulate the salinity. Okay, yeah. All right, so the details of how we actually simulate the temperature and salinity evolution is called mushy layer thermodynamics, which treats the sea ice as a mixture of both brine and ice and allows those to evolve. We also have found it necessary to employ a relatively sophisticated Delta Eddington radiation scheme to simulate the optical properties of the sea ice cover. And so some models use prescribed albedos for different ice categories. In our case, the albedos emerge from the inherent properties, which allows us to include things like black carbon, algae, that sort of stuff in the sea ice, although we don't currently in CESM include algae, I should say. We hope to one day. And we include melt ponds. So melt ponds are important for understanding both the albedo, but also the amount of light transmission into the ocean as a whole. Alrighty, and so really briefly, I want to talk about what's coming next for CESM3, which we're all very excited about. First off, I hope that somewhere else in the tutorial, someone is talking about waves. If not, CESM3 is going to have WaveWatch 3 included for the first time ever, which is a major upgrade to our Earth system modeling toolkit. That's important for all kinds of reasons. From the sea ice perspective, it's largely important because of how it interacts with the flow size distribution. And so waves can break up the ice cover into smaller and smaller pieces, which impacts both their suitability for habitat and also the ice's capacity to buffer against storms and the thermodynamic growth and melt of the ice itself. I think I will, in the interest of time, skip through this, but there is a sophisticated wave parameterization. Come talk to Dave or me, and we will direct you to someone who knows more about it if you are interested. I will also mention that we have a new melt pond parameterization. You might ask, why was this necessary? Because the CESM2 albedo evolution for the grid cell as a whole looks really good. However, we were getting a good albedo evolution due to compensating biases in the melt pond properties, melt pond processes. And so we have a new parameterization that does a more physically reasonable job of simulating how the ponds evolve and gets us properties that are more consistent with what has been observed. I'm very happy to talk about that if anyone is interested in it afterwards. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you all very much for listening. I know the sea ice component is probably not anything any of you have thought about before this lecture. Not any of you, some of you. But it's a really interesting part of the Earth system, and those of us in the Polar Climate Working Group, including Alice, Dave, and I, would be happy to talk more with anyone who's interested in being involved. So thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
I had a quick question. I feel like I've heard from a few people that CSM3 has had some issues with the Labrador Sea freezing. Is that related more to the ocean model, or is that sea ice, or is that a little bit of both, like feeding back into each other?
Yeah, so thank you. So the question, this is going to give Dave nightmares here, was about issues with CESM3 with the Labrador Sea freezing over. For those of you who don't know, the Labrador Sea in all observed climates has not frozen over, but it's actually a common feature of Earth system models, largely due to the sort of limited representation of ocean circulation, that you don't get enough heat in there and it can freeze over. We're actually quite excited about the fact that CESM3, the Labrador Sea does sometimes freeze over, but uniquely amongst at least the CESM family of models, it can also unfreeze, which in prior versions, every time the Labrador Sea froze over, it stayed permanently ice covered. And which is a problem, as you figured out. So yeah, so thanks to a lot of work from Dave and from other folks, they figured out that some of these, particularly the wave flow interactions, actually enables a positive feedback loop that allows the Labrador Sea to unfreeze. But this is, this is very much active and ongoing work. So yeah, did that answer your question? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
said that the melt ponds are significantly improved in CSM3, and I know there's recently been a lot of literature about how phytoplankton blooms occur a lot earlier than we think, like well before the sea ice recedes. And I was just curious if that is resolved at least slightly by the improvement in melt ponds. Because one of the theories is that melt ponds let in, way more light, and so they allow that like I don't know, is that even like something you guys are looking at trying to improve? Or there's a lot come from in situ observations where they're like, hey, look, there's like a ton of chloroplasts and whatnot under the sea ice.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, so thank you. So that's a really great question. The question was, with the changes in the melt pond parameterization, do we see improvements of the primary productivity under ice, and particularly the timing of the spring bloom? I'm going to slightly punt on my answer because this is active and sort of ongoing research. So in tests where we compare the new parameterization with the old one, we do see considerably more light beneath the ice cover. And so I have primarily looked at that on a seasonal basis, but I would anticipate that corresponds to more light sooner as well. Dave, correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is what we do not have yet are sort of calibrated CESM3 runs with a coupled marine biogeochemistry. And so we don't quite yet, come back at the end of the summer, and hopefully I'd have a different answer for you. But we don't, I think, quite yet have the tools to address the question about the biophysical response to that increased light yet. And then the other really serious consideration when you think about under ice productivity is we have extremely limited in situ data to actually do a comparison. So a lot of ocean productivity estimates come from satellite data that looks in the open ocean. Of course, that doesn't work when the ice is blocking. And so I'm not the right person to ask. Courtney Payne, who works down the hall from me, would be a better person to ask this. But my impression is that actually having sufficient in situ data to say for sure, like this is closer to reality or not closer to reality, is still an ongoing challenge within the field. So yeah, more to come, certainly. Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned that in this case, the CSM is including you can include the black carbon effect in the albedo. Mm-hmm. Is that a concentration, black carbon concentration, so it's like established value, or you're getting that value from the CAMP model, like the aerosol sink from the CAMP model?
So it's from deposition. Okay. Yeah, so it's coming. Yeah, but only one way. I don't think we have any mechanism to return from the ice. It's simply an input into the model. Yeah. And that I admit I haven't actually worked on that part of the code as much. So, but if you have more questions, I'm happy to direct you to someone who knows more. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you need to increase the spatial resolution of the model? Or can you just model within a big 1 degree process?
Yeah, so thank you. That's a great question. So the question was, with expanding to the flow size distribution, do we need higher spatial resolution in the model? And so the flow size distribution is parameterized as a subgrid scale process. And so similar to how we have an ice thickness distribution, when we turn on a flow size distribution, you could imagine we have another axis to our distribution, and now we have a two-dimensional histogram of joint ice thickness and flow size that's simulated. So it does not require higher spatial resolution to run with it, but it does pretty dramatically increase the cost of running the model because we now have many more columns to run the thermodynamics on. Yeah.
Just like icebergs and ice caps included in sea ice, or are they different?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Structures like icebergs and like caps and stuff, are they also a part of sea ice itself?
No, so icebergs, we do not have an iceberg, like prognostic iceberg model in CESM. The freshwater flux is essentially distributed within ocean grid cells in the vicinity of the outlet glaciers. And other than icebergs, what was the other one? Ice caps. Oh no, then there's not those either. So, yeah.
Okay, let's thank David again.
So now we're gonna have a 15-minute break. Return here at 2:15, and then I'm gonna give a quick check-in about the lab, and then we go back to the library after. So come here after the break. Okay. Welcome. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay. So we're just good. Okay, we're just gonna do a quick lab check-in before we continue the PM part, or continue on the lab from this morning. And maybe before we continue on to the lab, let me make an announcement about this lab actually. So I think it should be updated already in the materials for the lab exercises, but we noticed that a line telling you to explicitly add the tutorial cue before you submit your case was missing from these exercises. And so I think a lot of people accidentally submitted to the main queue when they submitted and they're waiting forever. Yeah. So sorry about that, because you do need to reset. So ./XML change job queue equals tutorial -- force. That will be in all the if you check the exercise now, refresh the page, it should be there. But if you've had a case from today that's been sitting there for a very long time, check the queue. It's probably because it's on the main queue. And then you'll want to delete that case, resubmit with the tutorial queue, and it should submit a lot faster. So that's the first thing to note. Are there any other questions besides that type of issue?
Just a comment to add, I've had an unrelated job in there for 8 hours is the wall request since last night at like 9 p.m. So don't try and outwait the main queue.
I know, yeah. It's sometimes you'll be waiting a long time on the main queue because that's the shared queue with everybody. And so as tutorial people, you have a priority on this tutorial special queue. So yeah, you don't want to wait on the main queue with everybody else. Any other comments or question? Yeah.
We did this morning, but changing to use the tutorial queue and just repeat everything, or what? I mean,
So if let's say if the jobs have already completed, you're totally fine. Let's say you're just in a scenario where you check QStatU with your username and your job's still sitting there in the queue. Just delete the jobs, delete each number, QDEL, and then you enter in the job number. I can show you how to do that in the lab session. Then change the queue in your case, then resubmit the case. That's all you have to do. You don't have to rebuild. Another thing that I'll mention related to the Meet an Expert, just so everyone knows, is that you can see the sign-up sheet out here at the registration table, and some of the lunches have, less people signed up than others. And so if you had to Meet an Expert today and you don't tomorrow, and you see a lunch that only has a couple people signed up, feel free to sign yourself up. We're happy to, you can do more than one. Just don't sign up for one that already has 5 or 6 or 7 people. Sign up for the ones that have 2 people or 1 person, please. And because I think another thing is, even if you read the bio of the person, it might be a research topic that's very different from you. You can talk about anything you want in these I don't know, anything you want, but career development, career trajectory, anything like that. And I think anyone has a different and valuable perspective for those conversations. Okay. Feel free to ask another question about the lab if you like. Other than that, I'm just going to remind you that after this second, PM lab session, before we end for the day, you're going to come back in here and we're going to have our short debrief again. We can discuss as a group if you like what went well today in the lab and what didn't. We're happy to hear that. You'll also complete the daily survey, and Elizabeth should send that out, just before the debrief or during the debrief. And then fill out the same questions essentially for today's lab and today's lectures. And then, also just to remind you that you will be entered into this raffle if you fill out every survey. And we have more merch that's been added to the pool since yesterday. If we don't have any more questions, then I think I will release you to the library.